Good afternoon, everyone. It is Tuesday night, August 26, 2025, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're watching Co-op for Two. This will be our second game, our second session playing through Vantage. Our first playthrough was about 2 weeks ago. This is a very popular game. It's all over YouTube. There's lots of people you can watch play through the game. So I do appreciate that you've decided to join me today, at least for the first few minutes here. And it's a game that I've been very interested in seeing what our take on it is, because we've played a lot of Seventh Citadel, Seventh Continent. I'm a big fan of exploration games. And this is probably the most anticipated adventure exploration game in many years, with some unique take on the mechanics of this game, and clearly a narrative game, but in a very different way, very small bits of narrative, and not meant to be played in a campaign. Perhaps that's the biggest shock here, that it's a static world that you're meant to keep re-exploring, but each game is like a standalone thing. In our first playthrough, I was pleasantly surprised. It definitely exceeded my fears, but I'm still not completely sold on it. During that gameplay, we had one major issue, which is we got lost. And it seems like the cause of that was not the fault of the game, but the fault of your host here in grabbing the wrong card, which got us lost. So I posted my thoughts on the game. I mean, I didn't make a big deal of that. That wasn't the deciding factor of enjoying it or not. And I did enjoy it, but I do need more games to see how I really feel. But I am very quick to make house rules in games. Some people are so opposed to them, they would never use a house rule for anything. I'm much more inclined to do it, and inclined to play things on an easier mode if it's about exploration. So we were talking on the Discord about what homebrew rules we should play by, if any. What should we do? Should we continue from our last session? or should we start a new game session? And Jonathan Warner is here with me. Jonathan Warner, who joined me for hundreds of hours of the Seven Citadel. So Jonathan has convinced me that because we got a little bit lost at the last session, that we should try playing the game on its standard medium difficulty and not introduce any homebrew rules yet. Now, I have started a document where I've written some ideas for how we should play it. There are a range of difficulty levels suggested by the game. The game suggests that you play on this medium, I think they call it daring level difficulty. Here. Set your trackers depending on the difficulty level. So I think that this is, well, there's a weird thing in this game because clearly this game wants you to have fun and sort of play it the way it wants you to play it. There's a rule here that says if there's any ambiguity, just choose the way that makes more fun. And when we played it on daring, and when we got to the end game, when the tracks get to 0, we basically read this thing that said, well, if you're ready to end your game now, end it. If you want to keep going, roll some dice to reset your tracker and then keep going. And then it was sort of deliberately ambiguous about whether you could keep doing that and playing forever. So I feel like the game is also of two minds about this. So I think because what I want out of this game is a little bit more of a completionist exploration of this whole place, and my tolerance for replaying missions over and over again, like grinding through a video game where you have to die 100 times on a level before you beat it, that's not really what I'm interested in. So if we keep playing Vantage, we are going to have to tweak the rules so that we don't have as much redundancy replaying things if we can't complete it. But Jonathan has convinced me that we should play through another game straight according to the rules. And then I have some ideas for how we might tweak that based on our experience today. The only thing that I'm fairly sure about that I want to do is, you're told you can keep notes, or maybe you can sort of remember things. In general, whenever I play any game where memory is involved, like you're allowed to remember what cards were played, I always say that anything that you could have to remember, you could write down or you could take a photo of. It's clear the game kind of doesn't really want you to take photos or see visions of the locations you pass through. But that's one area where I'm willing to start off right away and say that we're not going to worry about. So my baseline thing is that anything we see once, we can look at again, whether that's a page in the research book. And I think I'd be inclined as we go through locations to keep a stack of them so we could look at them again. Other than that, though, we're going to stick to the rules. If that kind of thing bothers you, there's lots more videos, lots more YouTubers you can watch play through the game. And it's almost certain that if we keep playing Vantage, you're going to see me house rule stuff as we go forward. But on the other hand, I do think it's important to keep some tension in the game. So I had some ideas about that, but we'll play through the game first. All right, is there anything else we should talk about before we get started here? There are a couple new videos on the channel. I posted a first impressions video that Greg and I did after playing Regicide Legacy, first few missions of this 12 mission campaign. We were both very impressed by it. And of course, the Fate of the Fellowship Pandemic System Lord of the Rings game, Greg and I recorded a 90-minute review of. You can watch that on the channel. I think that's it for me. So, but I guess before we start, let me make a couple more comments about changes in the way we're going to play it today. There was one other tiny rule that we violated perhaps a couple times towards the end of our first session, and that was in the game you get an occasional extra quest you can complete. And on those cards are what look like spaces where you can put dice. But the rules say you're not allowed to use those spaces until you complete the mission. We'll have to look at them again when they come out. I guess it's trying to tell you what spaces will be available if you succeed. It's a little bit misleading that it looks like there's a place on that die, but we'll have to make sure we don't make that same mistake again. Another slight change is I 3D printed this little grid. For Vantage, you could actually buy some cardboard double layer versions of these grids from Stonemaier. You can buy several upgrade kits for this game. It's $20 if you want these for your 4 players, and then $20 for a little cup of wooden tokens instead of these cardboard tokens. To me, that feels like, well, I don't want to say it's a ripoff. It's very tempting to buy those, especially if I'm putting this on stream. I'm like, don't I want the best components? But it really feels wrong to me to be spending $20 for wooden tokens, which only just make it a tiny bit more enjoyable to work with those tokens. So I have resisted. And then there's some metal coins that you could also buy for an additional $20 to replace the paper coins. Now, the metal coin scam is much more egregious. This idea that every game you play, every board game you play has its own custom looking coins and then sells custom metal coins, that's insanity. Metal coins are better, but every game should be using the same universal set of coins. This scam where every board game designs custom looking coins so that they can sell you these upgraded metal versions of the coins. I'm not going to play that game. I'm not going to live in that world. So we're just going to play with the standard tokens. Everything you see here is from the standard retail copy of Vantage. All right, I think then we're ready to go. One more actually very significant change. So last time we played Vantage, we played with these books, which I really appreciate the fully analog way this game was designed. Whole sets of booklets with all the paragraphs that you read. When you play a multiplayer, the idea is that whenever one person's taking their turn, someone else would read the book paragraphs. They'd get the right book, depending on the action, read the paragraph. And it's not just a matter of reading the paragraph. Every test you take has a cost, and you're not supposed to know the consequences. There's some choices you make. You're not supposed to know the results of the choices. You're not supposed to be able to read that before you pay the cost. I guess the cost most of the time doesn't change, but you have decision to make about how to pay for it. So you're not supposed to be able to see what the outcome is until you read the cost. And it's a little bit fiddly for a solo player to be looking and then find the right book and then get it and read the cost and then go do the test and then turn back and read the consequence. But it's doable, and we did it. However, there is an alternative. There's a website called RulePop, and their thing is they put sort of interactive versions of rules of board games up on their site. But if you go to the RulePop website for Vantage, this is what you see. And you can see this is the normal thing. Like if you click on challenge dice here, if you click on challenge dice, you get the rules for challenge dice. Okay, that's great. This is a useful resource in general for board games. as an alternative to the rulebook if you didn't want the rulebook. I prefer the rulebook. But there is also a couple other nice resources. There's an errata here, which is kept up to date. So if we suspect an errata, we could go read this here. But let me show you the most interesting thing about this, which is this button that says Storybooks here, right there. This is a completely digitized version of all of the storybooks, including separating the initial cost part from reading the consequences. So we're going to try playing with this today instead of me using the physical books. Now, you still need the physical book for the Vantages, and you still read this out loud. It doesn't audio narrate it, but we're going to try using that app for the contents of the storybooks, and we'll see how that goes. We can always switch back if we don't like it. All right, so we're going to get started. Remember, the start of the game, the rule book tells you this, but these 2 pages walk you through it. So here's the story to remember. We're on a spaceship. We've gotten some message from some mysterious entity called the Traveler. We've arrived at an uncharted planet, and we're seeding the challenge dice, 8 dice plus 2 per player, which is right here. There's our 8 dice plus 2 for our single player. And now we're starting out with a skill, which gives us a card. Now, I think, or you could choose your character. So last time we played, and I'd be inclined to keep playing the character we took until we get to the end of it. So last time we took, who did we take? I think we took the, we took one of these 2, I think. Which one did we take, Jonathan? Do you remember? The purple is the look. I think we took that person. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to take this person again. Remember that the only thing that's different about this person is sort of, well, you pick a character and they do have a unique thing. Like they're going to have a unique card with some unique entries for them, but they also control what skills you start out with. Okay, so we're taking the purple look symbol. We'll just put this right there. This is our placeholder. So to actually grab our character, we get 1436. Or, yes. Okay, so there's our character. To remind you, we've got space for 6 boost cubes. I think they all look like that. We've got 3 special entries for us, 3 special actions for our character. And we've got a place to put a die when taking a look action, which gets us a boost. A time die face can go here from any player. That's what that means. This little plus tells us we can hold 1 extra card in our reserve, not in our grid. And then I believe all characters have something similar that says for 1 boost, we can either re-roll a die or bring a card from the reserve into our grid, or we can spend 2 cubes for 1 money or 1 movement token. And just to remind you, I don't think it came up with our last game, but there's our character. It's in a grid of, things that, this is sort of like what we can carry. And if we have overflow, then we can keep things in reserve. This limits how many we can keep in reserve, and we can swap things in and out of reserve. Okay, so this card we're just going to use to keep track of where we are in the cards. We've gotten our token. We've gotten our character. Next step, we set the trackers. Okay, so if you're playing with multiple players, the way you keep track is the different colored tokens. Since we're just playing solo, we will only be using our purple tokens, and Jonathan has convinced me to start us out on daring normal difficulty. My inclination would be to play on easy mode, but it's a little bit fuzzy, because when you end the game with 0, the game tells you can reset. So we want some tension in the game, so we're going to play it 4. All right, next step. First player gains 2 skills at random. The way you do random skills is you roll dice, and that's what mission you get. Okay, so we're going to roll these at random. And this is what we've got, a look and a help. So there's our look, there's our help, there's our initial additional tokens. And this controls our starting mission. All right, so what is our starting mission here? It's right down here, 1592. So this is a different mission than we did last time. We talked about whether we should replay it, but we're going to start from scratch. So 1592. Let's go grab that. Conquer part of a city. Conquer an entire city. What? Oh my God, that is not really suiting our style of play, but that's pretty exciting. Okay, so this is our goal mission. You can see it's an overpower test of 9. That's a very difficult test. But remember, in this game, you don't fail tests. It's just a matter of what's the cost of doing it. You always succeed. But yeah, that does seem like a tough one, although we're told that it's the double symbols that are the harder ones. So this isn't supposed to be particularly hard. So let's just look at it. You can take these 4 different actions to sort of to do stuff that would give you a little bit hints about how to solve this mission. In our previous game, we didn't spend as much time on this, but I am going to suggest that we focus on our missions. Okay, so how does this work? It's got space for boost cubes. So how do those work? Okay, so you can conquer part of a city. Okay, so you got to do this 3 times, I think. So this action you can take. Is this an action you can just take whenever you want? Oh, you have to be in a city. So once you're in a city, you just do this. But probably once you read this entry, you're going to have to do it multiple times. That might be very hard to achieve. However, maybe we need overpower tokens. We don't have any. All right, so this, which is our mission goal, goes here. And then we can get a destiny for our character that's separate. And the game end says the game will end if you complete your destiny. But if you complete your mission, you'll be given a choice whether to end the game or not, or try to also get your destiny. This feels like a hard one, though, for us, especially for this character, right? One of the characters is all about overpowering. All right, so we've done that, and then we go to location 1, which is on the secrets book, which is here. This is just a nice, clever way to get you through your first couple of setup stuff. All right, so now our ship is suddenly malfunctioning. We have to escape onto the planet. Gain a skill. All right, so we gain we can select one or randomize it. Okay, so now let me suggest that if our mission is to take over a city, let us select the overpower symbol here. Let's not randomize it. Let's select it. So I'm going to choose to take this token, which gives us the starting set of choices here. So for each of these 7 or 6 skills, you get a different card, which has a different set of starting locations. So now we've chosen card 7 because we've taken this overpower. All right, and then we should have 2 skill tokens, and the first player should have 4. So sure enough, we have our 4. And now we've got this token, which now tells us to roll 2 dice, gain 2 random skills, and crash into that location. If we get pairs that could be more difficult, we would re-roll them. So we're going to roll this again to see where exactly on the planet we land. Okay, so this is what we've rolled. So where are we here? It looks like we're 1 up from the bottom, 4, 4, 1. So we also have to give ourselves these tokens. All right. So now we've got 6 tokens. We've gained them, and we're starting out at location 441. And then it says just keep this card. Normally you would keep this card on the back of your stand so other players don't see it, but that's not relevant for us. So I'm going to put this back, and I'm going to go get us 441. All right, now I've already got a problem. How could that be? Okay. Oh, sorry. I forgot. They're double-sided. So this is, I couldn't find 441. The answer is don't look at that. Just look at this. Okay, so here's our starting location. An abandoned rowboat drifts along the shoreline. There's the rowboat. Okay, how cool is this? All right, there's our starting location. And we are now ready to play. Now, we don't need the dice. Okay, there's one more thing we forgot to do. Let's look at our player card. Okay, now notice whenever you get a new card, you should be looking for this when placed. So when placed, 2 boost cubes go onto this card. All right, so these 2 boosts go onto this card. In fact, let me see something, if this view might be more useful sometimes. Okay, so I've got a couple, I added a new view for us to have on screen occasionally. All right, so this might be a little bit easier to see, but a little bit harder to see, I guess, this. Anyway, there's our location. It looks very cool. There's a radio tower in the back of this mountain. There's this overpower symbol on this mountainous weird structure, and a rowboat drifting. Okay, so to remind you, at any location, you can do one and only one of these actions ever during a single game. So once you choose to steer, you can never choose to learn. If you choose to inspire, you can never do any of the others, even if you leave and come back to this location. This game, we can only do a max of 1. But we could also, in addition to these actions, we can move, we can navigate. If we navigate to the numbered items, west, east, or south, it's a 1 movement cost action, and then we just grab that card. If we navigate to that asterisk, meaning we go north from here, then we'd have to look it up in the storybook, and we don't know what the cost is. Could be high, could be low, we don't know. And then in addition to these actions at this time, we also have the actions available on this card. So we could master, buy, or equip. We could do these things. We could cash in. Feels like we should have some money. Do we really not start with any money? Or did I miss that? It's like you should start with some money. Did I miss something about money? Apparently not. All right. So anyway, we could do these actions to get money. We could spend these two to get money. We could also do any of the 4 actions here. Those are not contingent on this be in a city. In fact, it might make sense to think of these actions as actions to learn how to achieve this goal better. Like it might be get a map that shows you where the cities are, etc. Probably, if I had to guess, I would guess research actually quite likely could give us a map of cities. All right, so Jonathan says, should we do the research action on the mission card? Oh, Jonathan's ahead of me. Okay, so I do want to, here's what I want to suggest. And I don't know, maybe we should even take a break before we actually get started playing, but I'm going to suggest something that may sound a little contradictory. In our first gameplay, we sort of wandered around, which the game encourages you to do to learn about the rules. And I have said that the enjoyment here is all about exploring. So here's the contradictory suggestion I want to make. I want to suggest that we don't spend our time randomly exploring. In fact, I want to suggest we do the opposite. I want to suggest that when we get a goal, we take it seriously and try to achieve that goal. And that be the focus of our game. And we'll explore in an effort to get that goal. So at least we'll be focused on something. So I think I'm agreeing with Jonathan that we should research that goal and try to go towards that goal and make our decisions as if that was our serious objective. And then when we can't make progress on that, then we'll start doing other things like try to deal with our character. The destiny thing, you have to find a card. So you have to find a card that would get you a destiny card for your character, and it would be something to achieve. I wouldn't be surprised if that is not completely related to this. It says every time you fill up this, whenever you fill up this grid, then you get this character's destiny. So if we can get enough objects or things, that would trigger trying to take care of this person's destiny. It might be nice if we ended up playing a lot of it to try to play a character until we do its destiny and then switch to a new character. Okay, John says a break makes sense, and I'll try to treat the game objective more seriously this time. Okay, so that's what we're going to do, but we are going to take an early break here. That will give the latecomers time to rewind and watch at double speed and catch up on the rules, and it will give the rest of you who think this looks like a game for your group, maybe you don't want to watch me play through it. This is your exit ramp here for the rest of you who are going to join me. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, welcome back. One thing I wanted to mention as well is that we're going to take this game Vantage seriously, and that means we're going to take notes as we play, assuming we want to keep playing. When we play Seven Citadel, we took elaborate photographs and notes so that we could learn about this world. If anyone is serious about joining me for many Vantage sessions, assuming we keep playing them, you can message me, get on our Discord channel, or maybe Jonathan Warner feels like doing it, I'm not sure, and you can I'll give you edit access to the Google Doc where we're going to keep notes about the game. I've already started it a little bit. In fact, I can just show you. So, whoops. So I've kept track of session 1, session 2, although I think this is going to be our official start, but we're going to keep track of the cards we see and the locations we've been and what access to what page we get in the Vantage book, whatever, consistent with the idea that once we've seen something, we're going to let ourselves go back and see it again. All right, so here we go, kicking off our game. I think we've decided we're going to take our missions seriously. This is going to be as if this is a very important thing for us to do. For whatever reason, we're going to conquer a city. So let's start by doing some actions here on this card. We're going to do the research action on card 1592. All right, let's see if we can figure out how to use this app. So we go to the app. I guess it's probably this one. Let's see what view is better to get a hold of. This is what we want here. All right, let's see. What's the best view for us going forward? I guess either one of these works. You don't really need to see all that. You don't need to see that either. Maybe this is all we need to see. Okay, so we're going to do the research action. Actually, I can't see this card very well. The research action, so I'm going to click this blue icon here, and it's on card 1592. Part of your responsibility is to catch me when I do the wrong card, etc. So we're going to do the research action on this card. Let's see how this app works and if we like it better than the book. So you can see how it's hiding information from us now. So it's a 2 research cost, and we're going to find out how you can complete the mission. This action can be performed at most 1 per game. All right, so you can see this is one advantage of using this app rather than the book. So we have to do a 2 test. So we're going to take 2 dice here, and we roll the 2 unless we want to pay with our tokens to roll fewer dice. But I don't think we might as well start rolling. We're gonna have to roll. We're gonna accumulate those sooner or later. All right, let's just roll our 2 dice. Okay, so you'll remember this one costs us nothing. It's just a spent die. That's great. No harm to us. This one, a setback, doesn't really harm us, but goes back in here. And what we'd really like is to have dice, put these dice on cards and then get a chance to refresh them. If we put this here, which we're allowed to because we're doing a research action, a look action, we could put it here and get a boost cube, which is good for us. On the other hand, it's not that harmful a die. Maybe we want to save this space for a more harmful die. But I think who knows how many times we're going to be doing this research action. Let's just go ahead and put it here and gain a boost cube here, because those are quite useful to us. It is actually a deeper, more strategic push your luck mechanic than I originally expected from this game, because you can see there is some strategic decision. Probably shouldn't put this here if you think you're going to be doing more research actions with worse die rolls. But I'm not sure, so I'd rather use this before we refresh. All right, so we've done our research cost, and now we're going to click tap to reveal and read this. As elite members of the armed forces, you're here to shoot first and ask questions later. We are? This mission requires you find a city Perform multiple overpower actions there. All right, we already knew all that, but it is gaining us the map of cities. That is more useful. So we're going to go into the Book of Secrets, I assume. It doesn't really say that. It just says you gain the map of cities. But surely, why does it say... Why does it say gain the map of cities 1251? Oh, I know why. Because it's going to be a card first, and then it's going to point us to the book. Yes, okay, that makes sense. Yes, yes, yes. I know it said a card, but I didn't believe it. But that's the first time I've gotten us into trouble by not believing what the rule said. So I should not be inventing things. All right. Oh, 1251, 1251. So this is going to be a card that gives us access to that book. Okay, so we've seen this before. Actually, this mechanic happens quite a bit, where you get a card. So it goes into our possession. We've now got a map. The map lets us put extra dice on it, which is great. But also, we can spend a cube to look at the book, the map of cities. So it's got two places to put dice. It's worth 4 money if we ever need to calculate its worth. It can hold 3 boost cubes, and we can spend 2 to get a move token or move action. And as soon as it's placed, gain a cube per adjacent card, and then we can spend a cube to look at this map. So already we're going to cheat a little bit, because once we look at this map, we'll pay to look at the map once, but then I'm not going to play this game where I have to pay every time to look at it. We're just going to consider that map available forever. But let's just go by the rules for a second. So we're going to put it here. We could put it anywhere, but we want it next to another card, so we trigger this. Gain 1 boost per adjacent card. I think we might as well use this now, because if we're serious about navigating, we want to know where we're going. So I'm going to spend a cube right now to view page 9 of the Book of Vantages. It's actually very clever that all the rules are on the cards. Okay, here is our map of cities, which we are going to consider that we have access to from the rest of the game on. So in this book is a whole bunch of maps, and they're all of the same world with pins in different places. So this is our entire known world. This is the planet that we've crashed on. The letters are regions. When we're reading from the book, it will occasionally tell us what region we're in. So right now, we don't know what region we're in. If you played this game a lot, you probably would know. But we don't know. We know what it looks like here. We might try to guess. It looks like we're in a mountainous region. But it's hard to really know. Maybe you could try to find where's a mountain with a tower behind it and this little arch. So, but I think the towers, I'm not sure the towers are illustrated. The towers might be on a separate map with pins. But, well, those look like towers. So if I had to guess, I might guess we're in O. But there are towers there as well. So once we get a card that tells us what region we're in, we might go back to this map and try to get us to one of these cities. But look how many cities there are. Wow, that's kind of exciting to think that we're going to be able to go to all of these cities and see what's going on. I gotta say, that's pretty exciting. You think we're in G? G looks too much like water. Oh, you're right. It's a rowboat. Yes, that kind of could be G. We are at a rowboat. You're right, though. G could be K. K looks like there's too many trees, Jonathan. I don't think we're in K. But we could be in G. Could be in O. G or O, that would be my bet. Looks like there's more water than land in G, so I'd still guess here if I had to guess. Doesn't really help us at the moment though, but I'm just going to leave this out. All right, so we've done the research action. We can't do research again. There'd be no reason to. But we could do any of these other actions. Plead seems weird. Hone, that's weird also. Pivot, I don't even know what that would be. So, despite my saying we should focus on this card on our goal, I'm not sure. I think maybe we should try to go find a city before we do the rest of these. What do you think? Or should we just do some more of these? We're going to find out what region we're in sooner or later, so I'm not that concerned with guessing where we are on the map. Let's maybe after we look at a couple more cards, we'll have a better idea. So we could now do one of the actions on our player card, master, buy, or equip, or we could do one of these actions. Like, do we want to get in that boat? This is the overpower symbol, and this is fish. So is it suggesting that this is a good place to fish? That might be a good thing for us to learn, because we've seen these symbols in various places. Or is that the symbol meaning danger? Like there's an adversary here that's dangerous. Is that more likely? Should we hijack? But what are we hijacking? Are we hijacking the boat? It does sound like hijack is going to mean, okay, hijack, the yellow, is the generic take action. So I think it's suggesting that if we want to steal the boat, we should do this yellow action. It's abandoned. So shall we just take it? We don't have any tokens for it, but we're fresh and healthy. Surely we're not going to inspire. It's weird because steer seems like you're getting in the boat and steering it. Maybe steer as if you're already in a boat. All right, we're going to take it. We're going to take this boat. We're playing in aggressive mode. We're conquering a city. I guess if you're going to conquer a city, a boat is kind of a helpful thing. All right, so we're going to try the hijack action. So here we go. We're going to go to the storybook. We're going to do the take action, which is yellow. And our card is 441. Okay, hijack the boat. It's a 3-cost take action. So 3 dice. We have no tokens to spend. So we won't be, I'm going to move these over so you can see them a little better. Okay, we have no tokens to spend, so we will be rolling these dice. Is there anything theoretically that we could do if we wanted to not roll these? We have a way to re-roll, a way to get a navigation. A way to get a money. I think that's it. We've got to roll these. That's all we have to do. All right, so we've got 2 setbacks and a morale loss. We're doing the take action, so these dice can't go on any of our cards. We could re-roll this if we didn't want to take this. We could spend 1 of our boosts to re-roll this to not take a morale. But it seems to me that we don't know what we're going to have to avoid. We might as well take the morale. And these two, I think we'll just put them back. If we start to fill this up, then I think we'll start to be a little more generous about re-rolling. But right now, we might as well wait till we know what things we're trying to avoid. Remember that if any of these hit 0, it's the end game. So there's a little bit of strategy of worrying about like whatever's closest to the end. So right now, we don't know if we're going to need morale or health or time. All right, so we've done that action. Now we're going to read what it says. You quietly push off into open water without anyone noticing. Gain vehicle, 1014, and $4. I like the sound of that. All right, $4. Let's see. $4, that could come in handy. And we've gotten a vehicle. I wish, well, we're doing a lot of stuff on screen, so we'll just have to make the best of it. There's our $4. I suppose maybe we could keep these here until we fill up these things. Does that make sense? Okay, so let's go get that vehicle. 1014. All right, there's our boat. Look at it. Have you ever seen that video? Would you look at that? Look at that, he says. All right, so it's a boat. It's going to go in our grid somewhere, but I do want us to read it first. Let's see what we've got here. So it's got a place you can put a die whenever you navigate and you're on water. And as soon as you do, you get a boost token. It lets you keep an extra card in reserve. That makes sense. It's like you've got an extra place to store your gear. It lets you take the fish action at any time while we're in the boat. And we can spend 2 cubes to get an overpower token. That's pretty nice. Like if fishing might get us a boost cube, but you can see whenever you get a boost cube from a card, you must put it on that same card. So like if we navigate 3 times on water, we will get enough to get some overpower tokens, which is what we want because we need to overpower cities. But we've also got an additional action down here. Look at this, upgrade into an advanced vehicle. So it's a help action with a cost of 4, and you have to spend a boost cube to upgrade this rowboat. That seems kind of cool. All right, it starts out empty though, and we start out by putting it in our grid somewhere. I guess I'll put it here. You can't rearrange these once they're out. Yeah, you can't rearrange these. I don't think you can rearrange them. Maybe someone can clarify that. I'll check the rules when we're in our next break. I know you can't rearrange them as soon as you put one down. I don't think you could rearrange them now, but maybe you can rearrange anytime you bring something from your satchel into reserve and out. We'll have to check that rule. Not important for us now. So there's our additional plus, so we could keep 2 cards in reserve. Doesn't say anything starts out, so it starts out empty, but we could already right now take a fish action, and we could take a fish action whenever we want, as many times as we want. We could do this upgrade right now, except this boost, this payment here must come from this card. We can't take a boost from this card to pay for this action or this action. It always goes to the card and from the card. The boosts don't move around. All right, we're still at this location, remember, but we can't do any of these actions again. we're either going to have to navigate off or do actions on other cards. Unfortunately, the fish action is an overpower action. I assume if we move on this, that we're on water. That's kind of, game says you'll know when you're moving on water, but it's a little bit unclear. Like if we take this action here, I think maybe if you go north, you're on the boat. That's how I would sort of read it. If you go west, east, or south, you're getting off the boat. If you go north, you're going to be sailing on the boat. So I think we're going to want to go north and trigger this. But Jonathan says, let's assume we're in O. Okay, well, if we're in O, where would we be? We would be up. It's actually seems less likely we're in O now because the water goes north. So we're facing north, it looks like, at a mountain that we need to go sort of around. So a little island with tower in the back. So I guess we could be like down here somewhere and be going around. Or we could be like there. I mean, I suppose we could be like here and be going around. It is a little weird. I hope we get told soon where we are. Doesn't it look like that mountain and tower on the northern coast of O? Let me see what Jonathan is trying to say. The northern coast of O. Doesn't it look like the mountain and tower on the northern coast of O? So there's O. So where do you think we might be? Like here? But we've got a mountain in front of us and it looks like we can sort of go north. So we could be like here. Could be here. Could be here. We have to be able to go north and go slightly around this big mountain. If we were at G, look at these weird doors here. There's a volcano here. Wow, G looks interesting. Yeah, I'm really not sure. John, this is, I guess I think we might be on the northern shoreline. You think we're here somewhere. But then what tower are we seeing when we look north if we're there, Jonathan? If we're on the northern shoreline, shouldn't we be seeing trees, not a tower in the background? That tower is pretty far away. I feel like we might be like here around an island, looking at an island that we're going to go around. Like, look. I feel like we might be on the southern edge here, but we'd have to be going around it like this. Maybe we're like here. Isn't there an arch on the second island at the bottom of O? Where do you see an arch? I don't really see the arch. And I don't know if we should see it. It's more like a hole through an arch with that's a hole. I don't really see it, but I also think it's not that important because we are going to get told soon what region we're in. All right, so I think let's navigate. Let's try to go north, and we'll see if we can't get some boost cubes on this card, and then maybe we go fishing and upgrade this boat. So we're going to navigate. My theory is that if we navigate north, it's going to count as this. I just don't, it's a little bit ambiguous. It tells you you'll know if you're on water, but I think that just means that if we took one of these, we wouldn't be. So we're going to go north with the asterisk. Now, I don't even know how this is going to work. This is going to be interesting. So we're going to do the navigate action. But look, there's no asterisk. And there's no north. Oh no, it's not that one. It's this one. Okay, but how do we tell it now where we want to go? I don't think this works with that. Oh no, we would do no. I know how it works. We say we want to navigate. Oh, you can see it here. We say we want to navigate, and then we give it the card number, and now it's going to ask us what direction we want to go. 441. Okay, so 441, there is only one direction to go. It says trek north toward the tower. Well, this is the exact thing that happened to us before that I really disliked. Like, it's now told us that what we thought we were, where we thought we were going was not where we're going. And this seems to have us now getting out of the boat and walking north, but that's not what I wanted to do. This is so weird that it's so hard to figure out. Like, we're in the boat. We want to stay on the boat. All right, well, I'm just going to ignore that then. We're just going to go the way we want to go. I want to stay in the boat. 169, but... All right, well, not everything is going to be perfect, but let me go show you what the problem is here. All right, now look, notice that this card says... if you navigate, take the navigation action while you're on water. Okay? So look at what the rules say about this. It says to place a challenge die on a terrain-specific dice, i.e. inward, your current location must match that terrain. And then later it says something about how, like, you'll know. There won't be any question. Well, there is a question. Like, when we chose to go north, it said, oh, you get out of your boat. So this is yeah, Anna, you're a little late. You're a little late. But it's not so simple. Ugh. Hold on. Let me just get this out. I just want to make sure, since it's the app, that there's no mistake about choices here. 441. No, it only has the north action. I mean, you could have left the boat here and tried to go 169. So I don't know. The game can't know whether we've got the boat or not. The game doesn't know that we've got this boat, and we could still go 169. Look at the card. It's obvious you can't go north. No, I think... Well, let me make the opposite case. You can go to 169 and grab the 169 card whether you have the boat or not. So I think the only logical thing from my standpoint is that these three directions cannot require you to have a boat. Only this one, what you look up, would be the logical one to be able to say, if you have the boat, do this. If you don't, do this. So now we're going to go to a card that we could go to whether we had the boat or not. I find that very confusing. Let me just look at this errata for a second. This is on 441. No errata for it. $1014, no errata. All right, what does the chat think? It's not a big deal. You can swim west. All right, let's try going west then. I'm gonna ignore this bad card here where it thought we were going north. You're not technically allowed to change your mind, but we're not changing your mind. We're just fixing what I consider a bad broken card. All right, so we're gonna go west, 169. We're gonna see what that looks like. So let me remind you, when you take a navigate action, and there's no, it's just a number, that's a move of 1 cost. So we have to roll a die, or you spend a token. I guess we're going to assume that we're on water. We're choosing to navigate on water. It's not obvious at all, but anyway, I'm going to roll the 1 die. Okay, it's this. Since there's no, we could put it here to give us a cube, but I feel like with a nothing cost, with a total miss, we're better off saving that space. All right, so we're going west to 169. I'm going to not file this back. I'm going to keep this in a pile to the side that we could look at. But here is our 169. This sacred place, forged from the gaping mouth of a long-dead sand centipede, is a reminder that the fire sentients chose peace over war. So that's the traveler talking to us. Now notice, you could go to this card whether you had a boat or not. So you can't assume that we've taken the boat here. So what's the idea here? Are we just carrying this boat in our backpack while we walk around? Is there no way to get into the water from here? Is that the idea? Is the idea that there is no water that we're allowed to get into on this boat? That's very bizarre. It's clear we're staying on land. What does this game... Is this giant boat in our backpack? What is the idea? And you can fish no matter where you are. So what? We can go go at the top of a volcano and choose the fish action? What kind of craziness is this? All right, well, this guy is talking to us. We're not going to worry about it. We're just going to play it according to the rules. We didn't end up putting the die on this card, even though I would have happily done it. We're not going to worry about it. But I think we're going to fish while we're here and while it makes some sense. So we've talked to the traveler. We can consult him. We can try to kill him, I guess. Sand centipede. That's pretty cool. All right, but let's put this aside for a second. Let's go fishing, and let's see what happens when we go fishing. So we're going to take the overpower action to fish on this card. I don't know what's going to happen, but I really want to upgrade. I want to get a boost thing. And the only way to get a boost is if we do this on water. Maybe I should have put that die on here to get a boost. I just didn't know if it was legal. All right, but we're going to do the fish action. So we're going to go to our thing here. And we're going to say overpower fish on card 1014. John says, destroy the monument, a monument to peace, and we're not peaceful. Yikes, Jonathan, that's dark. All right, let's see what happens if we fish. So we're going to fish for food, use only on a location with water. Okay, well, there is water on our location, so that does seem legal. Trying to find the best way to show us everything here. All right, so it's a 3 action. We don't have any place to put dice for navigating, but we're just going to roll these 3 dice. Okay, let's see what we got. All right, so this one we can put on this space here. That's good. This is, sorry, you can't see these, can you? This one, I will learn how to do this, how to display this stuff best over time. Okay, this one can go in here. It has no effect. But now we have another morale loss. I'd rather not eat another morale loss. But there's really nothing we're hoping for. Okay, maybe... Just trying to think if I should spend a thing to re-roll it. I think we're going to take another morale loss right away, which is not great for us since our morale. But if we get further morale, then we'll re-roll. All right, so we've done this fish. Let's see what we got. It says roll 3 skill dice up to 3 times, always rolling all dice. Roll 1 extra die if you pay a maximum of 1 boost from a food or flora. Based on the number of overpower, gain the following. Okay, so we're going to roll 3 dice. All right, let's see here. We're going to roll 3 dice, and we can re-roll if we want to. We don't have any food or flora to boost with, so it's just whatever we roll here. Okay, so no overpower, that's 0. No overpower, that's 0. That's our 3rd and final reroll, and we got 2. Catch a medium-sized fish. Gain 1 health and 1 boost. Okay, so we gain 1 health and 1 boost. When you gain a boost, it would make sense that it would go on this card because this is the action we're taking. But normally, if it doesn't say it, it would go on your character card. But I'm going to put it on this card because to me, thematically, that makes the most sense. Just know that that could be a violation of the general rules. All right, so boy, did we get lucky there. We almost got nothing from that whole escapade. Could we have used this to give ourselves an... If we had wanted to use this for this, no, that's just random. It would have told us if we were able to use that. Okay, back we are. We've done the fish action. We could do that as much as we want. But why would that be? Oh yeah, because we still have to roll 3. So you could keep fishing, but each time you'd be rolling dice, which is dangerous. You could see how if we roll 3 dice here, we would be resetting, but we don't have great places to put it. All right, we're done with that. A long dead sand centipede is a reminder the fire sentience chose peace over war. Okay, that's something that it sounds like we should remember to do. We should remember, right? Like the sentients are of all different types on this planet. So just remember, the fire sentients are peaceful. All right, so the travelers here, looks like we could do some stuff. To me, it looks like if we chose to go north, we're going to be in the water. So we could try going north in the water, or we could choose some interaction. Now, we see a big mountain with a weird constellation in the sky. Does that help us navigate ourselves? In front of us is a big tall mountain with a weird constellation in the sky. Is that this? No, those are in the water. Sand centipede debris. Anna thinks now we can go north in the boat. It feels like north is in the boat to me. I still don't see where we are, though. I did want to tell you something that I'm not sure we've discussed. There is no edge of this world. You wrap around. So if you went north this way, you would end up over here, and vice versa with all the left, right, east, west, north, south. Jonathan says west 168 looks like water. So Jonathan says if we go west from here, we go to the water. I think west we're on the shore. I don't think we should go north into this. I think we should try to go into this thing. But do you want to do one of these first? Do you want to... We don't really have tokens for pilfer, but we definitely have tokens for scan. You want to do a scan here? See if we can detect any materials or something. I think we should do a scan. Jonathan wants to go all out for attack. All right, Jonathan, take it easy. We can't be attacking everything. We can't be attacking everything. I think we should scan it. Let's scan it. All right, so we're going to do the scan action here. So it's the purple scan, card 169. All right, so now we know what region we're in. We're in G. We are in G. So that scan was the right thing to do. It told us where we are. All right, let's remember that we're in G. Card 169. In fact, I was thinking maybe we should be keeping a little map here. Like we started out in 441, and then we went west and got ourselves into 169, which we know we're in G now. This was our start. All right, there's our map. Let's see. So we're doing this test, a test of 2. It's a purple scan. We don't have any place to put the dice, so we could spend tokens. Why would we? Why would we not? Just gonna roll it. I don't yet know how often I should be using those tokens. There's no limit to them, so it's hard to know why you should use them until you really need them. All right, let's just roll our dice here. Ouch. Okay, well, our health is actually boosted up. So let's just take those two because our health is boosted up. Still not sure I have a great feel for what's strategic. I mean, use them now, use them later. It doesn't seem like there's that much of a logic, but that much of a strategy to involve yourself in. All right, so we scanned. Let's see what we get. You can't miss the massive elemental to the west of here, entrapped within a barrier nearly identical to the one before you. The traveler explains long ago a fire wizard invented a way to forge new elementals. Their people decided to destroy this knowledge and never use it, as it would cause the end of the world. Gain 2 boost and continue. All right, so just to remind you, gain 2 boost. They're going to go on our card. Okay, so now we should start using these because we don't want to have too many that would overflow. So I think we'll start using them. We've got a bunch of places for navigate, but okay. So we gained 2 boosts, which we're going to start spending. And now it says continue. That means if you were a single player, you would take your turn again, but it also means you can do one of these actions again. You can do a different action again here. So now we can do one of these again. We can do a different one. So to the west is an elemental in a barrier. Does it mean that this elemental has this knowledge that would destroy the world? Or does it just, is that just a little separate comment? Should we go there? I guess we would go there if we wanted to free it. Well, now that we know we're in G, let's focus on our mission. So here we are in G. Have we just entered G? It almost feels like we must have been behind these towers at some point. And now we've gone around them. I'm not really sure though where we were in G. We're in G now. Maybe we went like through it here. We went west. Now we're looking at the debris of the... Maybe we were like here and there's the arch. And now we're... But I feel like maybe we should be trying to go north. Could we have started in the top right corner of G? I suppose we could have started here. I'm looking at these. Well, if we hit land, we've gone too far. But what we really want to do is get to this city and sack it. What is this crazy thing? That seems like that might be the elemental. What we see as north on our card, is it north on the map as well? That's a really fantastic question. It's not clear to me. I believe so, but it is not, it's very unclear in the explanation of the rules and everything. But I think we know we're in G. I'm inclined to go north, but I'm okay. Jan's Carton says it is the case, so we should be looking north, I guess. The gaping mouth of a long dead sand centipede. It might be kind of fun to scavenge in that to see if we can find some weapons like a sharp tooth. We could consult with the traveler about this area. Well, look, here's how I view it. We should be trying to get our goal, right? If we go north and get out of the water to the north, then we know where we are when we get to land, and we can head straight north to get this thing. Boy, Jonathan is in a mood to battle and fight with things. He wants to destroy it. It's a sacred place, Jonathan. I'm not destroying a sacred place just for the hell of it. We gotta, if you're going to war, you wanna, you don't want to like make enemies on your way. Let's just get to the city and sack the city. Not going to war on our way in. All right, we're going to go north. We're going to see what happens. I don't know exactly where to put us, but we're going to go north, and we'll see if it keeps us in the river. We could do another action here. Spread fear. All right, let's not. I can't go to war against everyone. You got to choose your battles. If I've learned nothing else in life, it is to choose your battles and not battle everyone. So we're going north from here. So we're going to close this. We're going to go here. We're going to say we're navigating from card 169. Anna says, how would we destroy this? Do we have nukes? No, we don't have nukes, but I think you're right. I don't know how we would destroy this. Jonathan just wants to destroy. Don't worry. We're going to find a city. You'll have a chance to destroy a city. Okay. So I gotta say, there's some parts about this game that just feel, this is like, we're learning a little bit about the design weaknesses of this game. But one of the weaknesses of like having this world that anyone can go anywhere, from anywhere, with anything, like we have a boat. Why are we having to pay to swim across the sea? We don't want to swim across the sea. We want to get in our boat that we have. This is nonsense. All right, we're going to, again, cancel this and pretend we're going to have to fix this game. This is silly. All right, so we're not going to swim across the sea. This is a new house rule we're inventing. When you choose to do something that's totally opposite of what you clearly wanted and should be able to do, then we're not going to agree to it. We're not going to swim across the sea. We're not committed to doing something stupid and illogical. All right, so we're back. We've put our toe in the water and we decided, no, this is stupid. We've got a backpack filled with a magic kayak. Can't we choose the travel with the boat action on the boat card? Well, that would be a brilliant idea if that were possible. But do you think that this means we can take this action to navigate on water? No, it doesn't. We'll try it. I'll show you what happens, but surely not. All right, let's see what happens if we said to move with card 1014. Can you see how it grays out? So that's not an action. The only actions on this card are to fish. That's it. To fish or to upgrade. So you can't choose to use this boat. This boat is just in our backpack, somehow magically. It's magically in our backpack, and we're not allowed to use it. All right. Well, we're not going to go north. I'm not swimming across the lake when I've got my boat. So what would you like to do instead? Shall we keep going west? Let's keep going west. What we're hoping is that we'll cross a boundary into another region, then we'll know where we are. So we're going to go west. We'll get a look at this sentient to our left who's trapped. All right, that's not how it works, Anna. Anna says, let's just take the move action from that place, which I'll show you what it is. 169. So let me just show you. So swim north. And Anna's saying, well, let's just use the boat so we don't have to swim. That's not how it works. The boat card, all it says is that when we navigate, when we move, which this isn't even a move, we get to put 1 die here. It doesn't help us do this action. All right, but we're not going to do this. We're going to do one of these things. Let's decide what we want to do here. So I think we go west. We came from the east. We're not going to go back that way. We're going to go west. We're going to find ourselves at the boundary of a region, and then we're going to find a city. And in fact, look, we're in G. F has 2 cities, and one of them is right at this border. So it feels like we might be able to get ourselves to one of these cities. So we're going to go west. Rather than have consultations here, we don't have time for this, we're going to go west. And I think what we'll do is we'll just go ahead and use this token to make that a free... No. We're going to go here because we're on water. We can put a die there. Okay, so we're going to, with the cost of 1 move, we roll this. It's a time, but we're on water, so we're going to consider that we can put it here because we've moved while we're on water. Navigated with this symbol, matching this symbol, we're on water, so we can put a die here, which gives us another boost. So that's actually good for us, even though it's not clear whether we're on water, but looks like we're on water. Okay, and now we could use this to generate an overpower symbol, which is good for us, or we could upgrade this sailboat. Do you want to do that? Let's see what Jan's Carton is trying to say to us. When you take a move action with the boat, when you're on water, you can place any 1 die on a gain a boost, right? That would include depart actions. Yes, okay, which is what we've just done. It's just very bizarre that we're sort of walking with the boat. We're walking on land with the boat. We're not allowed to go on the sea with the boat, but the boat is helping us. All right, doesn't matter. We've done the right thing. We've used our things. The question I have for you now is, do you want to upgrade the boat into a sailboat? It would be a 4-cost action. We would get our dice back. It would be expensive, but we would be able to get a sailboat. But look, we're planning on leaving the water area. So I'm not going to do it. I'd rather have that for our overpower symbol. I know I asked you if you wanted to upgrade it, but we're not going to upgrade it because we're leaving the water. All right. So we did that right now to pay for our move. Now we're getting 168. All right, I apologize for asking your opinion and not agreeing. Usually we do upgrade everything, but did I already get the 168 card? Oh, it's on the opposite side. Here we go. Oh my God, look at that thing. If this is your first visit here, suffer 1 heat damage. Holy cow, look at this thing. We were told, like, very peacefully, oh, he's trapped. He's not trapped. The whole place is, there's an active war going on here. The heat's unbearable in the presence of the colossal fire elemental. Okay, so look what happens. We lose a heart. So basically we suffer a damage. It's telling us it's heat damage in case we have some upgrade that protected us from heat damage, but we don't. And now it's immediately bumping us out of this location, which is something we've seen before. We've seen, it's actually a kind of clever mechanic. It's pushed us out, and then if we wanted to, we could come back into this card and try to release this thing, which would end the world, or greet it, summon it, slay it, craziness. All right, but now we want to get, it gives us a choice to push west or east. We're going to push west. So I'm going to just go ahead, and we don't have to pay for that. We just get shoved to 167. That is fascinating. All right, that's pretty cool. Now I'm going to, again, keep this card off to the side. Okay, here's our 167. We got pushed west. The fire sentient is returning from a long day in the fort. The amount of steam rising from their body is worrisome. Oh my god, here's like his friend. All right, but let's do our map. So we went 169, and then we went to 168, and then we went to 167, and this is the trapped fire sentient. Or elemental, no, sentient. Okay, so there we go. So we've gone quite a bit far west. I suspect, well, here's the traveler, but look, it looks like to the west is more water. This is very confusing. Maybe we could fish again to gain some health. That's not a terrible idea. Do you want to try talking to this friendly looking fire sentient and tell him about his friend to the east who's trapped? The steam rising from its body is worrisome. So he's been in the forge, working in the forge. Look where he works. His day job is in here. I don't know if we want to be going there. So I think I know where we are, though. Look. Are we... Is that the forge? Like, we've come west. I feel like that's the forge right there. I feel like we've gone west. Somehow we've walked right past the city. Maybe it's the fire sentient city. I wouldn't be surprised if that is the forge where he works. Yeah, doesn't that look like a little fire forge? So I kind of want to go here. Jonathan was asking, hey, is that heal action something for us to take to heal us? Because we could use some healing. Or is... I feel like I'd kind of like to talk to this guy. You think we're still in G, huh? Well, it could be. We absolutely could be. Yeah, in fact, in a way, it kind of looks like it might be this. And we're here on this, so probably we want to keep going west. All right, but what do you want to do here? Should we just move along, or should we talk to this guy or try to heal? I mean, I don't think we're in a good... We're not going to fight this fire sentient. Remember, the fire sentients are peaceful. But I'm open to talking to it or learning about it. Jonathan says we should try to heal. All right, let's try to heal. Let's try it. So we're going to do the heal action on card 167. All right, here we go. Look at, I gotta move that chat. I realized I didn't do that properly. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take a little break now. We've been playing for an hour. We'll take a break. We'll come back. I'll reorganize that structure. We'll decide whether we really want to heal or not. And then let's focus on finding a city to ransack, which does not sound safe, but a mission is a mission. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. We've lost Anna, but we've still got 12 viewers. Jesse, maybe we should reconsider trying to locate the city in G. As you pointed out, these are people who have forsaken war, so they'll be weak to our attacks. I have never seen Jonathan so war hungry. He's taking very seriously this mission. I think the city in G might be a weaker target than F. That is an interesting idea, except do you forget the card we just walked by, Jonathan? This is the person who lives in the city. This is one of the residents of the city that Jonathan thinks is going to be a pushover. That does not look like that's going to be a pushover for us. Does that look like an easy target for us? Just walking by him, we got wounded. We're going to do a little taste test here. Here's the coffee I'm drinking here, this Kenyan coffee. This is not my favorite of the Mad Goat coffees. The Papua New Guinea and the Mexican Chiapas are the best. This one's a little bland. It doesn't have that much, like the Papua New Guinea and the Mexican Chiapas have a very nutty flavor. This one is light roasted and washed. It's just a little bland and bitter. Not unpleasant, just not as interesting as the other. And the other thing I just picked up, in fact, Greg and I went shopping at 11 p.m. We were both commiserating about how it's terrible that the grocery stores aren't open 24 hours anymore. But this sounds bad. Like the tangerine with ginger. That seems a little problematic. But we're going to try it here. And while we're trying it, the chat is going to tell me what you guys are drinking. This would be a good time if you've been just sitting in the background, you're not interested in participating in making decisions, but you could report on what you're drinking during the stream. That's not bad. That's not bad. It tastes a little bit like a kombucha thing that I've tried once. There's really very little ginger. Jans or Jan's Carton says you might want to check out the cities in the Rule Pop Index. All right. Do you mean like the cities in the glossary? Is that basically what you're suggesting, that we look at the glossary under cities? Rather than using the rules pop for a second, let's remind ourselves that the Book of Secrets has secrets, but it also has a glossary, which it suggests you don't use until you hear about something. So let's follow John's advice and read what it says about cities. Within each city are a variety of businesses you can explore, each tagged with action icons. These do not count as runes for other actions. You will need to intuit the nature of each business from the art. On city locations, you can perform multiple different location actions, allowing you to visit all businesses there if you desire. That's all it says, businesses. But we're going to try to destroy it or take it over. However, we have learned, have we learned about elementals? Not, yes. What did we? The fire guy is not an elemental, right? That's a sentient. Oh no, that's not a sentient. That's a fire elemental, a colossal fire elemental. So that's different than this fire sentient. All right, so fire sentient is different from a fire elemental. Jen says the rule pop entry has a little more information. Okay, let's look at the rule pop then. All right, so you're suggesting that we click on this little glossary search, and now if we click cities, you say we're gonna learn something more, huh? Okay, let's say cities. Seems like it's not wanting to. I guess when I'm clicking cities, it's showing me terrain, cities. Okay, city locations are vertical cards labeled with the name of the city. Various horizontal icons in the capital are not city, businesses, ruins, Special instructions on the card. Okay. All right, pretty similar, just telling us how we're going to get it in a card. Okay, that's not so important for us. But we now know that this is different. This is a fire elemental, and we're walking by some spider fire sentient. So I think we should read the glossary about elementals. All right, let's look at this. This is actually kind of interesting. It says, elementals are ancient monsters that sprang to life when the planet was first seeded with the 12 elementals. The first time each game that you arrive at an elemental location, you'll incur an immediate penalty, forced to go to an adjacent location. That's what just happened to us. Now, if you gain an elemental by releasing it, it instructs you to transfer 3 boosts from adjacent cards onto the elemental. They absorb the power. It feels like this was something we shouldn't know. It feels like this is... I don't like this. This feels like that's something we should be discovering. And maybe we could read that again to refresh ourselves. But it feels like that's the thing that we could free. But it said if we free it, it ends the world. So I don't think we're planning on freeing this guy. All right, anyway, but this guy is his friend, maybe, or his enemy for all we know. Doesn't matter. Jonathan has already convinced us we're trying to heal here. And then he wants us to find the city in G. All right, well, let's do our heal action, right? That's what you wanted to do. So let's go ahead and do the heal action. We do have a token we could use, but we might as well roll for it. So remember, there's not enough dice to roll the 1. We've chosen 1. I think we may have broken this rule a little bit when we played the first time too. In re-rolling now before we chose, but first you have to choose. So if we use this to pay for this, well, what am I doing? I have to do this first. All right, let's choose the heal action. Here we go. So it's storybooks, heal help on card 167. Now it's going to tell us the cost. All right, it's a 2. We're healing the sentient. We're not healing ourselves. All right, so this is something that's happened over and over with this game. Like we choose an action to do something, and then the game's like, no, that's not what you tried to do. You tried to do something completely different. So this is our new house rule. If this is different from what we intended to do, we can close it and do another action. But let's be nice and heal this guy. Don't you think? Let's befriend this guy and heal him. He looks like he needs some help, this spider creature. Maybe he'll give us the key to the city, which we can then ransack. I feel bad. I don't really want to ransack these people's city, but all right. So we're going to do this. We're going to heal him. But I think now, again, I really feel odd about this use of the tokens. It feels like there's not much of a reason not to use it. In fact, I'm not going to use... Well... All right, let's just... let's roll dice. So there's not enough dice to roll, so everything comes back, including on all the cards, which is great because now we have a place to put things again. So 2, we're not going to use our token for now, but we have re-rolls we could use. So here's our 2 dice for healing that spider creature. All right, that's pretty good. We're going to take this one and put it here since it's no harm, and we're going to take this one and put it here. All right, let's see what happens when we heal this guy. tired fire sentient collapses on the ground before you. The fire in their chest barely a spark now. Their life is in danger. You notice some water on their husk, which you dry off with your shirt as you gently fan the flames back to life. The sentient will need some time to recover, but they're eternally grateful. Gain sentient 1316. We just made a friend. We just made a friend. John says, let's not use the token in case we want to upgrade the boat. I just want to point out, that's fine, but the boat doesn't actually need that token. It just is saying that this is a help test. So we could solve this by rolling dice. So I have a question for Jan's carton. I'm curious, since Jan seems to have some experience with this app and this game, how much of Vantage you've played, or if you're just interested in this, or if you've played a whole bunch of it yourself. Anyway, I'm just curious. So we've gained sentient 1316. That's amazing. We've made a friend. I love it. Let's see who our new friend is. But he's not well yet. It sounds like he's going to have to heal up first before he can be useful to us. But I'd like to ask him about that fire elemental. Whoa, look at this guy. He looks like a little beetle, not a spider. A little robot beetle is what he looks like, but he's not a robot. He's just a beetle. All right, so look, as soon as you place him, he gets two cubes on him. If it's empty, you lose it. So that's it. Once he loses these 2 cubes, he goes away back to his life. Oh my God, we can duel him, swindle him, flirt with him, or learn from him. His name is Ash the Smelter, and you can spend a boost cube to ignore a cold damage, gain a random skill, or gain a blueprint. How do you like that? And if you do any action on a card with this symbol, which both of these places we were just at have that symbol, then you can put a die there. So he helps you in these 2 locations. However, we've done this location, so we can't do anything more here. So he's not going to be helping with this. But if we did want to go back to this elemental Colossus, he would help us by letting us put a die on his card. He's also ready to help us if we try to assemble or build anything, because he's good at it. And he can hold a card for doing the take action, including if we try to swindle him. So this is an interesting, I have to say I'm more impressed with the mechanics of the dice placement than I expected I would be. Because, like, you want this card forever, right? Because it's having a place to hold 3 dice. But if you've got 2 times you can use it for this. Ignore a cold damage, gain a random skill, gain a blueprint. There's no other way to put things, boost onto this card, except maybe through these actions here. So probably, like, the blueprint might be interesting. We have no idea what that is, but we should not be using this just to ignore a damage or gain a random skill. It's much more important that we use this. Oh, but I guess, look, you have to pay a boost to put a die here. So that would have to come from this card. You can only do that twice. I'd rather just keep this guy around. Duel, swindle, flirt, or learn. Okay, well, let's not be hasty. Let's just put him out here. So I put him in our grid. Clearly getting more what's going on here? Clearly getting more cards in your grid is almost always very useful. All right, now we have too many boosts here. Not not technically too many boosts, but I mean, we're at risk of wasting some. So I want to start using these. I'm going to use 2 right now to get a navigation token since we're always in need of those. I want to make sure we always have space to take new cubes. Seems like we have enough money. We're not going to need it for that, but we could also use it to re-roll. Okay. So we've helped this guy out. We can't take any more of these actions here, but we could... Do you want to flirt with this beetle? I don't know if he's going to like that. I don't know if we should be messing with this beetle. Like, we don't know his gender. We don't know his sexual orientation. We don't know how he's going to react to us flirting with him. You want to try learning from him? Okay, let's try learning from him, Jonathan. All right, we're going to do the learn action. So let's go to our thing here, storybooks. We're doing the look learn action on card 1316. Learn from the sentience expertise. Okay, it's only a 1. We have plenty of learn tokens, but this card can take a die and give us a boost, so let's roll it. Okay, it's a setback. I wonder if we should... It's an interesting decision. Like, if we do it here, we get the advantage, but I'd rather put a damaging die on that space. I think I'm going to put it back. I don't know if that's the right thing to do. All right, let's learn now. Let's see what he says. The sentient patiently teaches you how to make structures. Gain either the assemble ability or the build ability. Okay, this is a surprise. Jonathan says, Jesse, if you missed it, Jans Carton is the app developer. Well, that's pretty cool because this app is a game changer. I mean, this for solo player makes a huge difference. I mean, you can see already how amazing it is and how much of a difference it is, especially for solo play, because otherwise you would be getting revealed information every time you go read, plus the pain of looking it up. Okay, what a fun surprise. So then the only thing I'm missing from Jans is to hear whether it is pronounced Jans or Jan or Jans. I guess it depends on what the background, what country he's from. Okay, very cool. Very fun. Okay, now something very cool has happened here. This guy is going to either teach us how to assemble or build things. And then he's good at helping with those. So, what do you think? Do you want build or do you want assemble? They seem very similar. I guess one would be assembling something like you assemble the rifle from its parts, and or fix something, and then maybe the build is like to build it from scratch. Let's see if it's in the glossary. I don't think it's going to be in the glossary, but let's see. No, there's no build or assemble. No, we're just gonna, I mean, we're learning, right? That's the point. That's part of the joy of this game. All right, we're learning. So, I think for us, if we're planning on doing our mission of conquering the city, I think maybe, I'm just using the heuristic that you assemble the rifle rather than build one from scratch. But that depends on you finding a rifle. I think we do assemble. If the chat had suggested something beforehand, okay. Hard J says Jan's carton. Okay, so I guess we're going to take assemble, but we'll learn from next time. Next time we'll know what the difference is, maybe. Okay, 1506 is assemble. Let's take a look at what that looks like. Okay, it's green, so it doesn't show up on the overlay. Look at this. It's an ability. Gain the result if another assemble action. If you gain coins or an item, gain +2. If you would lose a blueprint, keep it instead. Okay, let's take a look at this again. So it would cost you 2 boosts to put a die here during the assemble action. And if you put a die here during the assemble action, you generate a boost. Generate and spend. Only while doing the assemble action. It can hold 3 boosts. You can spend 2 boosts to get a help token. Or you can do this action on its own. Gain the result of another assemble action. If you gain coins or an item, gain +2 coins. If you would lose a blueprint, keep it instead. So it sounds like what we're doing is paying 3 instead of whatever the cost of another action would be. But would we have to do it before we know the cost? And then we know if we succeed, we get some extra bonus. If you would lose a blueprint, keep it instead. All right, so we've heard about blueprints twice now. One from this sentient and one from this card. And I guess blueprints are how do you build or assemble things. Let's see if there's an entry about blueprints in the glossary. We should say that the Rule Pop app does have the glossary, so we could look it up there. But let's see if there's blueprints here. No entry for blueprints, huh? Well, I guess we're going to learn soon enough. This is still a little weird to me. Jen says, abilities is in the glossary. Only check that out if you're feeling like you need more information. Abilities are in the glossary. Okay, I don't think we need it yet, but so it's the idea we'll assemble actions on world cards and we've upgraded our ability to perform. We'll see assemble actions on cards and we've upgraded our ability to perform them. Yes, I think that's right. Although it's a little ambiguous here, right? Gain the result of another assemble action. It sounds like if we see an assemble on a card, we could trigger it here by doing a 3 test without ever even looking at the cost on the other card. Maybe most of the time on the assemble, we'll see the cost and we'll see if it's cheaper or more expensive to get it this way. All right, so this is an ability, but it is a vertical card, so it has to go in our grid and matches our limits here and doesn't start with any boost, so we have to power it up. Although this doesn't require power. Now this makes me think like we should try to get this blueprint. So he's got 2 boosts on him. We could spend a boost to get a blueprint. Should we do that? Jan says that's correct. Should we get a blueprint and then we'll learn about what blueprints are? Maybe it's a blueprint for a flamethrower. I feel like we should do it. Although I really don't want this guy to leave us. So we're going to spend 1 boost. And we're going to gain blueprint 1294. All right, we're about to learn what a blueprint does. Ready? Here's a blueprint. It's a commerce blueprint, not the flamethrower I was hoping for. It's an assemble action of 5. So there you go. You can see that instead of doing that cost 5 assemble, we can do a cost 3 assemble to trigger it and get a benefit. So this is a very useful card to help us. Now, let's see what it does. You assemble a building. Lose this card. Gain the armory, the apothecary, the blacksmith, the tailor, shipyard, or market. So we could build a blacksmith and maybe get a weapon. And we wouldn't pay the 5. We'd pay the 3. Or the armory. Yeah, the armory. Blacksmith would have weapons, but yeah, armory sounds like it has more weapons. How are we set for that? 1 die, 1 die. I mean, yeah, we can. I mean, this is actually, we're in pretty good shape here. Remember, this has to go into our grid still. But look, he can hold a green die. He can hold an assemble. He can hold an assemble. That would be 2 dice of the 3. All right, let's do it. Let's just build that armory. Even though we haven't found the city yet, I'm a little nervous about that. But maybe it's better to build it now. Especially because we could lose this blueprint after we build something, but this would let us keep it. Okay, so we're going to try to do this here. We're going to do the assemble action on the commerce blueprint, but we're going to use this ability to make it cheaper. So we've now got a 3 help assemble test. So 3 dice. Remember where to put this so you guys can see it. The 3 dice test. However, we know we can put one here, we can put one here, so we're in good shape for this. We're not going to use a token. Okay. Well, no reason to put a die. We're going to throw this one away. We definitely, since we don't, assemble is something pretty uncommon, so we may not get more chance to do this. So I think we put one here, which gets us a boost token to put on this card. And this one, I think, normally I would put this back, but because I'm not sure we're going to get another chance to assemble anytime soon, I am going to put it here. Then we'll empty this out sooner. All right, so we've done our 3 tests. We've assembled. We've gained the action here. We didn't gain coins or items yet, but we'll see if it triggers. All right, so now we're going to do this. We're going to choose to get the armory. 1, 2, 6, 7. So we built a build. Okay, so this does not go in our possession. What is it? It's a card, a building that comes out ready to use. It's a commerce structure. Somehow we've built this whole thing. I guess this guy has helped us. Use this structure only when you're on its location of origin. What does that mean? Does that mean it's at this location where we are right now? It's an interesting idea. It starts out with a boost on it. I guess it's built on this location, so you'd have to be at this location to do it. And now we can balance it, study it, sell it, create it, acquire, or duel. And look at this. It says it gets a cube when it's placed, but no note of how the cubes get used. Structures is in the glossary. Okay, let's go look that up. Let us look that up. Structures. I guess we're going to read this spoiler. Structures are horizontal cards kept in your supply. You, any player, not just the player who created the structure, may only perform actions on the structure when you are in its location of origin, which you can remember by placing the structure on top of its location card. Leave this location on the table rather than return to the box. We're leaving all the locations on the table. Unless an action states otherwise, there's no limit to the number of times you can perform each structure action. Okay, so I guess we basically had that about right. Jonathan says, hey, we've got money. Let's try to acquire something in this structure. I think that's a great idea. The only negative part is that we have none of those tokens or place to put those tokens, but that's okay. We've got some re-rolls. All right, so we're going to do what Jonathan says. We've got money, and in fact, we could generate more money if we needed even more. So we're going to try the acquire action. All right, so we're going to take acquire card 1, 2, 6, 7. Guess we want this. I'm trying to figure out what view best for you guys. Okay, 1, 2, 6, 7. We're acquiring from the armory. Okay, it's a 2 test. Inquire the resources necessary to make armor. Okay, I mean, I guess I would rather have a weapon, but should we have known that? Is the armory all for armor? And we should have gone to the blacksmith for weapons? I guess we could still build a blacksmith. All right, but let's go. You don't have a choice here. You can't fail a test. You can't choose not to pay. I feel like maybe that's a rules overlook. Maybe you should be able to not do an action when you look at it. That might be a little house rule we consider, but for now we're doing it. So we don't have any tokens to spend to help us, so we're going to be doing 2. Let's see what we get here. All right, well, we don't want this. But actually, it's our best stat, so let us drop that down. And then this one. So we could put it here by spending a cube, but then he runs away. We don't want that. Ah, wait a second. Look where we are. We're on the fire landscape, and he helps us when we do fire landscape actions. So I wonder if we should do this with instead of time. Let's do that. Instead of putting the time there, let's put that there. And let's put this setback back in the thing. Now, what is Jan's trying to tell us? Boost powers can be used at any time, even in the middle of an action. So if you gain a boost and don't have room for it, you can spend it to make room for the new token. Okay, well, that is useful to know. That is useful to know. All right, so, but this was the key to us. Because this armory is on this location, we could benefit from being able to put a die here. So we have succeeded at our test. Let's see what we've got here. Gain 1 boost on this structure. That's weird. It's weird because we don't know how to use these. I wonder if we're going to have to study this card in order to learn how to use this. Like, we're getting cubes here. That was weird. We made armor and it just added a cube here. Balance, study, sell, create, acquire. We tried acquire and it got us a cube. Here, I'll show you again. So, maybe I need to look at that help again. Was it saying that we could use, it wasn't saying we could use these boosts for anything, right? Was it? Let me look at structures again. Structures are kept horizontal. Well, Jans can help us. I mean, normally you can't use cubes on one card on another card. This isn't giving us cubes to use for anything we want, right? Structures on locations don't inherit the location's composition. Using the sentience firelight isn't strictly kosher. Okay, well, I appreciate that official ruling, but I am going to say that this structure is tied to this location, so I am going to let us use that. But more interestingly, can Jans confirm that I cannot use these boost cubes for anything until we figure out how to use them? Like, I can't use these on other cards. So we've got cubes here, but we don't know how to use it. So maybe studying is what lets us learn how to use these boost cubes. Universal rule of thematic fun. That's an official rule in the game, is you can interpret things the way makes the game more enjoyable for you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Balance. What would balance mean? Jonathan says, I think create will use the boost cubes to make armor. All right, well, let's give it a try. We're going to try the create action here now. We're going to try to learn how this works. So we're going to do the help, create, 1, 2, 6, 7. Create armor, 4 test, ouch. So probably we would have been better off delaying this till we recycled our dice. Because now we're in a little bit of a tricky situation where we don't have a place to put these 4 dice. Well, we're not allowed to choose, so I think we're going to have to roll 4. Maybe this is the time to pay for one of these. I'm going to pay a token here so that we only have to roll 3, because we're going to have to eat these. All right, here we go. All right, that's not great for us. This one can go right in here. Setback we can put back. I think maybe we re-roll this one. But what are we hoping to get? I mean, only a... I guess time would be better. Setback would be better. All right, just for the fun of it, we're going to spend one of our boosts on our token to re-roll. Okay, well, that's good. That worked out well for us. All right, we've created the armor. Let's see what it says. If there is 1 boost on this structure, gain item 974. 2 boost or 3 boosts. Okay, so now you know. You bulk up the boost on the structure and then you get the best item. All boosts remain on this structure. Alternatively, you may create a living space within these walls. If so, this structure counts as a shelter for all relevant goals. All right, well, we don't need a shelter. We have no goal that needs a shelter, so we're not going to do that. So we're going to get our 2 boost item. All right, that's pretty cool. That's a cute little mechanic. So I guess probably if we had done some of these other actions like learn or whatever, we would have boosted up the power of this armor. It's good to know in the future. All right, let's see what armor we've got now. 2 boost, 946, and they stay on the structure. All right, look at that. How cool is that? How cool is that? So it can hold a heart anytime we roll a heart, no matter what we're doing. We roll a heart, it goes there. If we do overpower, attack, fight, or slay, we get a boost cube, which goes on the card. And if we spend 2 boost, we can refresh 1 die. Now, why would you want to refresh a die? That's an odd thing. Why would we want to refresh a die? Normally, refreshing is bringing the die from the spent area to the available area. Normally, that's the last thing you want. I see why. Because you can refresh it from a card. So you refresh it from a card into the pool, not from here. You refresh it from a card, and then you can reuse the card. In fact, you could refresh it from here. Like, take a wound, refresh it, take a wound, refresh it. So if you bulked this up, you could take 3 or 4 wounds without feeling it. And we can upgrade it to a vehicle, a mech suit. That's crazy. Wow, okay. That's pretty cool. All right, that will help us battle. I don't even know if we're going to battle. We might be trying to take over a city with subterfuge. All right, pretty cool. Pretty cool. That armor is pretty nice. Doesn't start out with any boost, so you have to fight to get experience to put boost on here. The more you fight, the more you can take wounds. All right, pretty cool. Pretty cool. We're almost running out of our supply, though. Well, we could build a blacksmith, but it feels like we're running out of tokens. We need to find our city to accomplish our goal. All right, we're going to put this armory on this card and leave it here. I don't think we can afford to do that, though, Jonathan, right now. A mech suit, yeah, that would be pretty nice, though. Well, let's see what it's going to take to sack a city, to conquer an entire city, before we start spending all our energy on building a mech suit. So, it's time to move on. We've been here for like an hour and a half. Jay even says, that's a cool grid. It's not the one they sell. You can buy a set of 4 from Stonemeyer for 20 bucks that are double layer, full color cardboard. This is just a 3D printed grid. So if you have a 3D printer, you can print this out. I think this is either from Thingiverse or Printables. It's 2 parts, so it'll be, you can print it on a smaller bed. I just bought a new 3D printer, by the way. You lose the blueprint, says Jans, if you build it. Well, does it say? It doesn't say. It does not say that we lose it. Oh, you're right, it does. I mean, we're not going to use it because of this, but you're absolutely right. It says, assemble a building, lose this card. You are absolutely right. It's good you said that, so anyone watching. So normally we would lose this. However, because we've got this ability, it says, if you would lose a blueprint, keep it instead. So this ability that we worked hard for, this guy gave it to us. is helping us keep this so we can keep building more structures. But thank you for clarifying it. Boy, I need to make sure I read all these cards fully. All right, we're going to leave this armory for now. I mean, it's tempting to just sit here, build all the structures, get all the stuff, but we'll be dead. We'll be dead if we do that. All right, we're going to move on now. Where did we think we wanted to go from here? Remember, we're looking for a city. I think we should keep going west. We don't still know where we are. We think we're still in G. Unless you think you know where to go, it's either south or west. I'd be inclined to keep going west until we hit the shore. Once we hit the shore, then we'll know much better where we are. So I'm going to say we're going west. So it's a move action, 166. We have to spend a thing, but we should do this because we're good at placing dice now, and we are on water. Maybe since Jan's here, he can clarify this thing about, are we on water on this card? Jonathan says, I like this piece sentient. He's like, I'll help you learn to build, and then we can immediately start to try and build an arms factory. But the beetle is not happy with our choices. Is that what you think? All right, so here we go. I'm rolling the navigation, one navigation. All right, it's this. In fact, this is exactly what wants to go here. So we get to put this, which gives us a cube. Normally you have to pay. We could pay this to look at the city map, but we're not playing with that rule. So we're allowing ourselves to look at it. But if we get 2, we can get a navigation token. All right, I've said we're going west, so 166, which is not this card. Oh, yes, it is. Okay, so we've gone west, and here is what we see. The soothing sound of wind chimes near a brightly lit entrance improves your mood. This could be an underground city. Or it's someone's cave home. It looks more like it's a cave home, but there's some symbols. And this seems like peaceful people here. If it's a city, this would be the city to conquer. It should be on the record. And I would not be conquering cities if it wasn't our goal. Maybe we should put a sticky label on the armory so we remember where it is. Yeah, that's a good point. All right, let's go ahead and put a 167 on this card. All right, it's too bad it's not a mobile armory like our mobile kayak. All right, well, I think we're going to go in here, right? Because Jan says on water is in the glossary. It's simply a matter of whether or not you can see a body of water. Okay, so that actually counted. So given that, I wonder if we wouldn't be better off putting it on this card to get another boost here. Because that's so rare for us. On the other hand, this is the exact card, but we're going to get this back. We got a boost here, get a boost here. I'm going to put it here because we're going to get these dice back very soon. So it's just a matter of whether we want one on this card or this card. And I think getting these overpower symbols are more useful to us if we're going to be fighting. So I'm going to put it here. And before I forget, because I don't want us to get a thing here that we'll forget. Although Jan says we could do it at any time. Might as well do this now here, though. So I'm going to spend 2 of these to get us an overpower. I feel like those are the ones we're going to need rather than put it on this card. All right, so what do you think? Is it time to go into this cave? John says, I'd rather relax. There is a relax to recover our stats. But then remember, we can't go inside this. We can't go inside this if this is a city, an underground city. We just don't know if it is. You think we need to relax? Hmm. So Jay Avian says you could spy, which could give you a continue. Remember, the continue action lets you do another location action. So it is smart to think ahead, like what action would let us make another choice. That's a pretty good idea, though. I like your thinking. You're saying try to intuit which of these would let us make an informed subsequent decision. Okay, so we're going to choose spy. We're going to follow that advice. There's another reason to do spy. There's another very good reason to do spy, which I think we need to be paying more attention to, which is that we can put any die here. So if these are going to get reset, it makes sense to do this action, especially since it has a power, gets us a boost. So that's actually a very smart thing to do. All right, so we're going to do the spy action from this card. All right, so we are choosing to do the look spy on card 166. And then hopefully this will give us another advantage, another choice to make. Let's see what happens. Okay, so we're still in G, as Jonathan suspected. It's a 3 test. Spy on the house from a safe distance. Okay, so it's good. We got confirmed that it's a house. We don't know if we can continue or not, but we have to do this 3 test. All right, so let's talk about this for a second, because this is a good example of where we did something slightly wrong on our first play a little bit. So we've got a test of 3. When we go to roll dice, if there's not enough, we're going to reset everything. So that's actually unfortunate for us. But this is going to be an interesting case. So let me just show you why it's unfortunate. Let's say we decide, okay, we're going to roll 3 dice now. So we take all the dice back, and then we'd roll the 3. But that's not what we wanted. We wanted to be able to fill this up and then roll dice, and then on the soon after reset everything. But there is a way for us to finesse it, which is if we spend 2 tokens, 2 look tokens, now we only have to roll 1. But because we can place this now, we don't have to reset yet. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to spend both of these tokens. We're going to roll 1. We don't have to refresh because the one we need to roll is available. So now we roll this. All right, so normally we would just put this in here, but we're going to put it here just so that we can get this boost. So we're going to get this boost on this card, and the next time we go to roll, this will reset. All right. So we have successfully spied on the house, and we also now know that we're still in G. We have to be very close to this edge. We have to be very close to this edge, I would think. Because otherwise, how are we traversing on land? And we haven't met the volcano. I think maybe we're right here at the... Oh, there we are, right there. Is this where we are, right here? Is this the cave? All right, we'll deal with that in a second. Let's resolve this first. You can see shadows moving around the house, but before you move any closer, you notice the pustules on the tree near you are ready to burst. It's probably safest to greet the occupants from your current position. Gain 1 boost and 1 engage, and you may continue. Okay, so it sounds like these pustules, which I don't really see, are defensive. So it's good we didn't go in. It's very good we didn't go in. We gain a boost, which goes on our player card. And Jans was telling us something that's important to realize. I kept worrying about filling this up, and then we would waste if we got new ones. But really, at any time, if we gained it, we could spend these. So maybe we just let these fill up. And we get an engage token, which goes in our supply. And now you may continue. So the relevance for us, if you were single, if you were multiple player, you could choose to take another action. But the more important thing for us now is we can do another one of these, just as J. Avians was suggesting. This is what we hoped. I'm not sure whether, oh, these are the pustules on this tree that could explode on us if we walk near them. So I don't think we're entering this cave, but we could try to meet these people, or we could try to cut this weapon. We could try to cut this poison off the tree. That seems dangerous to us. So should we meet them and see if we can trade with them? We don't even know who lives there. It seems like we should. And we've got stuff to greet people with. They seems like we would want to know who's there. Shall we greet them? What do you guys think? We are spending a lot of time in this area. It might behoove us to learn about the natives and stuff. I wonder if it's going to be another fire sentient. Maybe our little bug can help talk to them. All right, let's go greet them. Let's see how this goes for us. The spy action told us that we shouldn't try to enter because we would probably have these things explode on us. And it said, greet them from afar if you want to greet them. So I think it makes sense. All right, we're going to greet them. We're learning about this area. Maybe they'll tell us where the city is. Maybe they were excommunicated from the city and they bear a grudge and they'll help us. All right, let's go. Here we are. So we're going to do the engage greet. Engage greet at 166. Greet the occupant of the house from a safe distance. It's a 4 test. So for sure, we are going to be refreshing our dice. But do we want to spend any tokens first? It's weird. It's kind of like you spend them now or you spend them later. It doesn't seem to make that much of a difference. But all right, let's spend 1 and we'll keep 1. So we spent 1, so we now have to do a 3 test. We don't have enough, so these all come back. And now we're doing a 3 test. Where can we put stuff? Not very much, but we can take a heart in there, and we can take any an hourglass in here. All right, let's see what we got. All right, that's pretty bad. So hourglass is going to go there. This is going to go here. Morale. I'd rather not lose a morale, but I don't know that it's worth trying to re-roll it. I mean, a heart would help us. think we might as well lose the morale for now, but we're going to have to work hard to not lose that next morale. I'd like to get some item to help us with morales. Okay, I paid the cost, so this goes up here. We're now greeting them. The reclusive occupant is hesitant but hospitable. They help you steer clear of the dangerous tree to the right. Soon you're regaling them with tales of your adventure. And while they don't invite you inside, they offer you some food and a nice compass. They rarely leave this area, so they don't need it. Okay, 968 and 1 health. Okay, well, the health is very welcome. It feels like he should give us morale for telling those stories, but he gave us a compass. That sounds like it's very useful for us. 968. Let's see what that compass looks like. All right, so it's another place to put an hourglass. If you do a navigate, it gets a boost, or if you steer or navigate, you get a boost. So easy to get boosts when looking around. When placed, gain a cube on each map card. So actually that is going to help us because we do have a map card. We can spend 2 boosts to get a navigation token, or we can do the craft action. Gain a more advanced item. Gain magnetic goggles and reserve this. So this could go in our reserve. So if we upgraded it, you don't really upgrade it. You just make a secondary object. 5 tests. That's very expensive. I mean, if we knew we needed it or what it would do, but it's probably going to help us navigate or look around. So that's not really what we need help with at this point. Jen said each roll of each die has 50% chance of being blank or a setback. I mean, there's 2 sides. It's true. It's 1/3 of the dice. 33% of the sides are a do nothing. Re-rolling has a 50% chance of not losing any of them. It's true. It's true. All right. Well, I mean, I'm not sure about that compass. I'm not sure how great it is for us. It doesn't seem that useful for us. Sort of encourages us to do a lot of looking around. But we are now done with this card. We must move on. The moving of north here, I don't like this. It's so ambiguous. It's hard to know what it really wants from us. If we were doing our map, 167, I guess we're going to keep going west. Just bring us back here, 166. I'm inclined to keep going west until we get to solid land. Let's just talk for a minute about the re-rolling. The part that feels a little off to me is like, okay, so let's say you lose 2 hearts and you're like, should I re-roll this or not? Well, you spend these to re-roll it, but why not wait until you know? The only thing that matters is if these hit 0. There's no real advantage to keeping them high. Why not just wait until one would kill you, then spend everything all at once to get rid of it? It's more important that these not be too high because they can't get boosted up higher. So it seems to me until you know which one's going to kill you, you'd be better off waiting to re-roll when you roll the thing that would kill you. Like if we roll morale, that's the thing we must re-roll or we're dead. So, all right. So I'm inclined to move west unless someone can make a case for why we should go north or south. I just don't, the north or south stuff with this water here, I don't know how to make sense of it. So unless we have some reason to go north, like we think we're right near a city, I'd be inclined to just keep going west, which is what I'm going to do. When we get back, if I don't hear anything different, we're going to take a break. Very happy to have people here helping us out with this. I'm impressed. I feel more positive about this game. Well, okay, let's not waste time. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We'll continue playing. You're watching Co-op for 2, and you're joining me for a playthrough of Vantage, our second playthrough. And there's our character and all the things that have been equipped. In fact, maybe I need to move these out, this money out. We've got so much money, we should do things that we could spend money on. We were just joking that our morale is low, very low, in fact. It would be nice if there's a way to get it back. We were joking whether flirting with this beetle could bring back our morale or it could hurt it. We have figured out a kind of meta strategy for the use of tokens to optimize the timing of dice refreshing. I think rather than flirt with the beetle, since we have to leave here, we should leave first, and then we'll know a little bit what we're up against. So I think we should keep going west. We'll see if we can get a landmark that we could recognize. So we're going to go left, west. We're going to roll the 1 die for that move action. It's a morale. We cannot afford to lose that. So we either going to re-roll it or put it somewhere. But can we see water on this? Because if we can see water, we can put it on that boat. That looks like water right there to me. Like we're still on the shore. So I'm going to say that's water, which lets us put it here, which gets us a boost on our boat in our backpack. If we couldn't do that, then we would have to spend a die to re-roll it, because morale's the one thing we can't afford to lose. All right, we're going west to 165. I'm going to put this in our collection here. Okay, that's interesting. What is going on here? There's a number painted on here called 1759. You don't think we're supposed to get 17? Lakewater laps against the tail wing of your fallen spaceship. It's our spaceship. Whoa, we found our spaceship. I mean, it seems like there could be good stuff in that spaceship if we could salvage it or possibly repair it, since we're good at assembling things. But now 1759, like if we were playing Seventh Continent, we would just try to grab the card 1759, but there is no card 1759, so we can't go grab it. The cards don't go that high. But that is weird. That is weird. The rules don't let you just look up a number anyway. And there's more birds. Lake water whaps against the tailwind. Well, we're still at water, huh? Well, what do you think Link does? There's search, squeeze, link, repair, salvage, or cleave. Those are some weird choices there. Well, one interesting thing is there's what you want to do and there's what your dice help you to do. In our case here, actually, the only thing that our dice help us is doing the look actions. So we're incentivized to do look actions more than we otherwise would do. Tom says, it looks like we're at the edge of 160s, about to cross into F. Yes, I think you're probably right. I think you're probably right. But what are we going to do here? We could now flirt with the beetle. We could build another structure. We could try to upgrade our armor, but really we don't have enough morale. We should be trying to maximize our morale or get some good stuff from the salvage of our ship. So what should we do? Shall we try to salvage this? This feels like it could be expensive for us. Should we just be focused on our goal and not be messing with this? Because we can't afford it? What would cleave do? Would be chopping off part of the tailwind? How does that help us? Are we cutting it open so we can get at the stuff inside? You want to search it? You also have actions on your character card. Yes, we do. We absolutely do. We have these actions here. Master, buy, or equip. We just don't know what to do with them. Hey, there's another advantage of getting an item. We would open up our destiny. So, okay, let's search. We're good at searching. We got place to put dice. We're going to search. 165. So we are searching here. Can we look first? We can't look first. Well, that's what we're doing. We're searching. Searching is the look action here. We're doing a look search. All right, here we go. Look search. It's a 2 test, and it's a confirmation we're still in G. It's a weird choice how sometimes it tells you your region and sometimes it doesn't. All right, we're searching the wreckage. It's a 2 test. We might as well roll both of these dice because we've got a good chance that we're going to be able to put these on our cards. We've got multiple places we can put search things. Okay, so this one we might as well throw here, and this one we're going to throw here and get ourselves a boost. There's nowhere else we could put it even if we wanted to. All right, so we've succeeded at our search. Let's see what we find. You find a tight gap in the wreckage you might be able to squeeze through. It's surprising that despite the plummet from outer space, this part of the ship seems operational. Gain 1 boost and Destiny 1605. Place it in the center, which just means at the center of the table. You may continue. Wow, okay. I wonder if we're getting like a destiny for the group. All right, so we've got here, we may want to start spending these. Destiny 1605. All right, this is the first Destiny card we've ever seen in this game. So let's see what it looks like. We've never, I don't know if this is a personal Destiny or a group Destiny, but we have never seen a Destiny yet. It looks like we might have a Destiny having to do with our ship. So our destiny is to repair our ship. Find ship wreckage, repair it, and upgrade it into a fully functional ship. If you do, you may complete the destiny by reading 1605. You may repair even if you've performed other actions on a location with ship wreckage. We have to find wreckage, repair it, and upgrade it. So it says very clearly you can have multiple destinies. So this goes out. It's a destiny that's available. If you complete a destiny, the game ends. I believe that's right. One of them you can continue. Maybe I can't remember if it's if you fill a goal. No, if you fill a goal, it ends. But if you fill a destiny, you can keep going to try to fill a goal, or vice versa. I can't remember exactly which. All right, so we've discovered this, but this is telling us that if we squeeze, no, this isn't telling us if we squeeze. This is telling us that we could squeeze through. We could lose a health, but we do have armor. We might be able to squeeze through. So in addition to this, and we can continue, so we can do another action. But also we now have this. Now let's make sure we understand this. We can do the research action whenever we want. But it's telling us that to complete this, we're going to have to find wreckage, repair it, and upgrade it into a ship. And then maybe do this research action. You can do repair even if you've performed other actions on a location. So there is an action here, repair. So would we repair this? Do this repair action. So now we can do repair whenever we want on this card. We still have to figure out a way to upgrade it. I don't know. Do we want to shift from achieving a goal to trying this destiny of repairing this ship? Do we want to squeeze through? Now, probably if we're smart, so it definitely feels like there's some incentives to do certain things. Squeeze through is a move action. We do have one place we can put that die, but we've already got a die here, which we could otherwise put on it. So there's almost an incentive to wait to do these actions until we've refreshed our dice. Maybe that's overcomplicating things too much. We'd have to go and come back and move this out of the way. Oh yeah, I don't know. Any thoughts here? We could either go all in on this repair. It feels like we should try to squeeze through and get this item. I'm just a little bit concerned about how much that's going to damage us. All right. You want to research the destiny? Really? Research the destiny. Well, I could get rid of more dice and let us refresh. All right, sure. Let's try it. Let's refresh the let's research the destiny card. So we're going to research, look at the destiny card 1605. I'll bet it's going to be a map of where pieces of the ship are. Research how you can complete the destiny can be performed once per game. Yes, it's exactly what it is. It's the thing that gets us the map that lets us continue. Okay, unfortunately, this is not, I'm not sure this is ideal for us. We're sort of wasting time splitting our attention into multiple stuff. All right, but it's too late. We have to do a research test. We can absorb one hourglass, and we have a bunch of re-rolls, and we can absorb a health. All right, so we're going to roll both of these. All right, so we're going to put one here. This one we can't absorb anywhere. We could re-roll it if we wanted to. I'm sort of inclined to re-roll it now because two separate sides, we can put it on here, and here would get us a benefit, and they're going to refresh soon. So I am going to spend one of these to re-roll it. All right. If we got a morale, we'd have to re-roll it again because we can't hit the morale. All right, so let's see. Your spaceship shattered into several pieces across the planet during the crash. Be prepared for an extensive repair process. Gain 2 help. Each other player gets 1 help. All right, so we got 2 help tokens, which are the greens. That's pretty good. That's a nice, that's not bad. So that's it. It's just information. It's just telling us that this is going to be very hard to do. Be prepared for an extensive repair. And we didn't get a map. So this is not for us. I mean, maybe this is for a specific game that we start out going for repair. But it's not going to be for this game. We're too far in. So we'll just put this on our table and go back to our job here. All right, so we could try to repair this. We're allowed to, but we're not going to waste our time on that. However, should we try to squeeze through? I think we should. I think we probably should, and we could spend or refresh. Because now we want to leave. All right, we're going to do this. We're going to try to get this item, which might get us our destiny for filling up our grid. Or do we want to move on and find this city? What if we find a gun? All right, we're going to squeeze through. It's not going to hurt our morale. Maybe we'll find a picture of home and it will improve our morale. All right, here we go. We're doing it. So we're going to do the squeeze action, especially since we learned more about it. We learned that it's not for nothing. 165. All right, it's a 3 test. Squeeze into the ship through a small hole in the side. So now we're at exactly the same thing we were before. If we do a 3 test, we refresh. But alternatively, we could spend a token and then do a 2 roll. Now, why would we do that? We would do that if we have good places to put these dice. We can put a 1 setback here and get us a boost before it resets. And we can put a heart here. Or we can let this reset, which would give us another die space and a space here. Sort of depends how much we want to push our luck. You could make a case for either. Like, we could try to really optimize this and fill up these spaces before we have to reset. Or we could play it a little safer and refresh right now. I think we're going to push our luck. So I'm going to spend this so that I roll exactly 2. And the reason we're doing that is we're hoping that we roll stuff that we can put on these cards before the next refresh. All right, well, this goes in here, but this we cannot afford to eat. So we're going to have to spend one of these to re-roll. All right, well, we didn't get to put this on any die. That's unfortunate. We wanted to trigger this ability to get a boost cube. But it's not worth spending a boost to try to get that. That's still not a bad outcome, because now we'll be able to refresh again. It's not bad, but was it a waste? Hard to say. I'd have to think about that a little bit more. Well, we've done the squeeze cost. Now let's see what we get. The inside of the wreckage is in shambles, and you barely have enough room to turn around and move back outside. The good news is the locker containing your power armor is still intact. The bad news is you'll have to cleave the wreckage in half to get to it. Gain a boost and an overpower, and you may continue. So basically, it's saying that you really just should cleave to do it. But that action cost us a token. We got a token. We spent a cube. We got a cube. That's basically a wash. But we may continue. So how important is it to get our power armor? That's the question. Is it worth cleaving this thing, which feels like it might? I mean, we have a bunch of tokens for it. And actually, we benefit when we attack, fight, or slay. That's not one of these. We don't have much other place to put this stuff. Is it worth it? I mean, we already have armor. Do we really need to go and cleave this up to get more armor? I mean, it doesn't look like there's a limit. So putting another armor would get us another place to put a heart, but I don't know if that's worth it. We're kind of getting exhausted. What do you think? I think we should either move on or cleave it to get our power armor. I feel like we have armor. All right, so we're not going to try to cleave this. We can always come back and do it later. So let's move on. We're going to continue our process of heading west and trying to get into F. And once we get into F, we're going to try to find our city. So we're going west to 419, which feels like it's a change in numbers, probably is going to be an F. So we're going to navigate. Yeah, we're going to navigate, which is a navigation of 1, which we have no dice, and we're not going to use a token, so everything refreshes. Which is good, because we're near a body of water, we can trigger this again. So we're going to take our 1 die, we're going to navigate roll. We haven't made a rule today about the cocked die. Different game groups have different rules for like whether you should just consider this the most obvious or if it's a cocked die. I'm just going to call it a cocked die, but now we're locked in. For the rest of the game, if you ever have a cocked die, you have to re-roll it. All right, so we've got this. We can either put it here or here. We're leaving the water, so it's tempting to put it here. Even though it is exactly this. But I'm going to put it here because I think we're leaving water, and I don't think we're going to get another chance to do this for a while because F is way away from the water. So I'm going to put it here, which gains a cube on here. I think we're going to use this to get us an overpower and then 1 to upgrade if we want. All right, so we've moved ourselves along to 419. Let's see what that looks like. I think we're probably in this new area now. All right, well, it looks like I was right that we've left the water. And now hopefully we can locate ourselves in F. A tower stands at the confluence of several climates. The cold breeze from the west makes you shiver. So we've got mountains to the west. I'm going to mark in our map that we've gone west to 165 and then west to 419, which we think is F. All right, so now Look at transmit. We could send some signal on the tower. That's so cool. Let's study that road sign. That's not a bad idea, but let's go here. Let's look here. So we've certainly entered a new area. Surely we're now at F. Now, it would stand to reason we've gone from water into F. So we're somewhere right here on this border. And we want this city. So if you thought we were down here, we would want to go north. If you thought we were here, we'd want to go south. We don't really know where we are, but we didn't pass a volcano. We don't really know where we are here. And there's no sign of landscape here to help us. Just that the west is at the snowy mountains. So you think we should study? Now, if we scaled this, maybe we could see where we were, but that seems dangerous. Study, transmit, craft, hack, or stun, whatever that means. Jonathan says, study the road sign. I don't know if this study is for the road sign, but I'm willing to try it. And we'll use our rule where if it's doing, we've chosen to study the road sign. And if it tries to make us study the tower, we're going to abort. All right, so we're going to do the study action through our wonderful app that Jan made. 419. We're doing a study look. And we do have some places to put that. Okay, here we go. We're in F as we surmised, and we have a 3 test, and then we're going to be able to make a choice. I actually like a lot that it's blurred out rather than completely hidden. It gives you a little bit of ease, excitement about what it is. Okay, so it's a 3 test. I guess we're going to roll 3 dice because we can put them in various places. All right, so we're going to put the heart on the armor. We're going to put the morale on this, which gets us a boost, which we could do because we did purple, and we're going to put this here. So that worked out well. We're studying the, we were tricked again. I said we weren't going to obey it if it told us what we were going to do. But I've already rolled the dice and placed them, so I guess we're studying the tower. I do not like how this game does that. Okay, well, we're studying the tower. It's too late. I wish I had caught. You tried to save me, Jonathan. You did. But here we go. We've paid for it. Choose one. Study the tower or study the lore stone. So, the lore stone, I guess the lore stone is this thing. Look how weird this is. It's like study the tower, and then do you want to study the tower or the lore stone? Hello, what about the road? What about the road? Weird. All right, so now we have a choice, though. Do you want to study the tower or the warstone? Surely we want to study this warstone and learn about it, right? What do you think, Jonathan? Warstone. Okay, here we go. You feel a surge of strength as you study the stone and the rune etched into it. For a brief moment, you see a vision from the past. Hulking animals wandered these lands, migrating to warmer or colder climates based on the season. Well, That doesn't help us. It gains us 2 boost. Now notice we can't use these boosts because we're filled up unless we spend them, but Jan was telling us we can spend them right now in the middle. So we're going to spend 2 of them right now. We're going to use this to generate us a navigation token. We could also use it to get us money, but it seems like we have excess money. Okay, and then we follow the rules and gain 2 more boosts. So we're back to there. All right, well, that was annoying. Is there Warstone in this glossary that we care about? Let's see. No entry for Warstone. Okay, well, it was like a little vision into the past. Pretty cool, but not what we wanted. We wanted this. All right, so, but look, this is the confluence of roads combining the different climates. Does that help us know where we are? We got to be on this edge somewhere. I bet that must mean we're here, right? Like, I think it's shifting us between a climate that's here and a climate that's here and a climate that's here. So if I had to guess, or I guess we could be at the top edge. So I think we're either near the top or near the bottom. I think then that I would be inclined maybe to go north or south. And if we hit B, then we turn around and go south. And if we hit J, we turn around and go north. Like, this has got to be right near where we are. So we don't know, doesn't feel like we know where we are. Let's just go north or south. And then if we hit one of these borders, we'll turn around. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that makes sense. So Jonathan says, let's head north. I think it makes sense to go north because we don't know what this is. I'm always very skeptical about these asterisks. But Jonathan, if we go north, we're going into the cold mountain. We could get wounded from cold. But our beetle can help us stay from cold, but he will disappear if we use him. But I do think we should go north. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if we should go north. Does it look like north would bring us up into here? Like, is north bringing us up into here? If we're here, we don't want to go north. We want to go south. We just don't know. Are we here or are we here? I mean, north is towards the ice. That seems dangerous, Jonathan. That seems dangerous for us to be going north, up a mountain. I don't think we should go north. I've changed my mind. We've watched these animals migrating to the... Some of them like it in the freezing cold. Some of them like it in warm. It feels to me like this is too dangerous for us. And there's unlikely to be cities up here. I think maybe we should be going south. I'm a little bit wary of this asterisk. All right, have I convinced you to go south, Jonathan, or you still want to go north to Everest? Let me see if Jonathan has changed his mind or if he still thinks we should go north. I'll obey whatever Jonathan says. How do we have 18 viewers? It's 2 a.m. Who's watching this? Jonathan says I convinced him. We're going to go south. Feel free to comment on this, help make decisions, even if you haven't talked yet. I mean, there's no harm in it. All right, so Jonathan has agreed to let me go south. So we're going to go south, which is an asterisk. So we go to our page and we say we're going to navigate from card 419. And now it's going to give us the choice to go south or whatever. Okay, so south is a navigation cost of 2. We're hiking south towards a large skeleton. I guess that's the dangerous thing about going south. You can't see what you're walking towards. That's a very weird thing because it doesn't want to rotate you. All right, well, we have to pay a 2 navigation. We've got a place to put 1. We've got rerolls. I guess we're going to do both of these. Here we go. All right, it's 2 nothings. That's good for us. Let's see what happens. The mostly intact skull is big enough for you to fit inside. Go to 418. .418 is going to be the other side of this. The skeleton of a large animal lies in the soft mud. So we have gone south. This is how we got ourselves lost last time, by the way. Like understanding that you're always facing north. So you can't see where you're going if you go south or something. That's very weird. It doesn't look that large, but it's kind of cool to go inside. Hide? That's scary. Why are we hiding? Who are we hiding from? That's making me a little nervous. But we could forage. We could examine it. So remember what we're good at now. We've actually got a place where we could place and examine. And navigate. I think we should examine it. That's the thing that we can do most efficiently. And maybe it'll give us something else we can do. Although it's a little costly sometimes. When you do the action that lets you continue, it gives you information. You could craft. I feel like we could craft some bone weapon out of this. All right, let's examine it. That's it. We're examining it. So we are doing the look examine on card 418. So we're still in F. That's important to know. And it's a cost 2 test. So we're going to roll 2 dice. We've got lots of rerolls if we need them. Oh boy. Okay, well this one can go here. That's fine. This one we need to reroll because... Sorry, let's put this here. This is the one that can only happen if you're navigating. This one can be put for any action. We absolutely need to... Oh, do we? No, sorry. It's morale that we need to reroll. So we'll take the heart because maybe we can boost up. Although you could make the case that we're overflowing these. All right, I'm going to spend 1 to reroll. It's a heart again. What am I hoping to get? I guess we're hoping to get this or miss. I'm going to reroll again just because we're maxing out on these. All right, well, that's our worst case scenario. Now we got to spend another reroll on it. That back. I guess we're just going to take the set back. We can't afford to keep rerolling. All right, that was a little costly. It looks like the beast died in a volcanic eruption. There is a stillness to the air around the skeleton. You can't decide whether to use the bones to your advantage or delve underneath. Gain 2 boost and continue. Jans reminds us, if we re-roll and get the same symbol, you gain a look token. That's a very good point. So let me just show you where that rule that Jan is talking about. All of the characters have a reroll ability, and all of them say if you reroll the same dice, you gain a symbol. Each character gets its symbol when it duplicates. So we did roll the same thing. Did we re-roll the same thing? I guess we did. So we gain one of these symbols. Thank you. All right, now there's something very nerve-wracking about this choice that it's giving us here. It's like one of the choices on this card is hide. And now read this. It's like, hey, if you want to go hide, you could hide. Like, it's hinting to us that we should be hiding. I don't understand that. Like, should we be hiding just because it's suggesting to us that we should hide? Now, gain the 2 boosts. I did not gain those 2 boosts. All right, so we've almost got our boost. I think that means the spending those 2 rerolls made sense. Do we want to craft something out of the bone, or is something about to attack us? And there seems like there's a volcano nearby. We think we're here on this border of F, somewhere here. We've gone south, so we're either here or here. I don't see it. Oh, there's the volcano right there. There's our volcano. So if that's the volcano, doesn't it suggest that we're down below here? In which case we should head north. Like we headed south under the assumption that we might be here. But now that we see volcano, it seems more likely that we're down here near this volcano. So should we turn around and head back north, Jonathan? Seems like if we're taking this map seriously, we probably should. And Jonathan says we should just move on. You don't want to forage the bones of this creature, huh? Or craft something from its head. Yeah, look, we examined the skeleton and it says it looks like the beast died in a volcanic eruption. So if it's that volcano that we can see next door that did it, then that would suggest we're down. Delve underneath. Not diving. Yeah, maybe we just move on from here. Go back the way we came. I have a very bad feeling that when we head north, we're going to trigger something. Like we're going to walk by this guy and trigger some bad stuff. But it feels like north is where we want to go. If that's the volcano. You think that's the volcano here? The one that got him? Like we're here. Here's the only volcano I see. So maybe we can go moving north. Or is it just a generic volcanic stuff? John says, I'm not sure. I think the volcano it's referencing would be on another island. It could just be generic volcanic activity. All right, let's go. Let's keep going south, and we'll see what happens. If we're here, then we're gonna soon cross over, and we'll walk back north later. Guess it's better than walking back and forth constantly. All right, so we're gonna leave this. Maybe we'll come back to it later if we need it. We're just gonna go south to 417. So we've got one move action. I'm gonna spend it here. It's nice. Okay, 417, which is a new card. Okay, so we've gone south and we see this. A sentient scuttles along the shore, not seeming to notice you. Oh, it's one of our friends, one of our beetle friends. We can follow, we can spy on it, we can greet, we can rob, or we can force it. And we've got this landscape, which is good for us because our existing beetle friend, he can take a die there. So we should spend time here. 418 to 417. Going south. But it's very likely we're going to be forced to refresh our die. Any test? Well, no, not quite. If we can spend tokens. Not seeming to notice you. Seems like spying would be a good one on this guy. He doesn't notice us. We should spy on him and see what he's doing. Or follow him. I think we should follow him. Although spy looks like it might give us that second chance again. Like spy always gives you another chance. I like that action. Gives us some information and gives us another chance. What did we decide about these symbols? Are they danger? Are they the symbols of the fire sentient clan? I think we're going to spy on this guy. I'm going to spy on this guy. I want to see what he's up to. All right, so we're going to go to the storybook. We're going to look spy card 417. All right, it's a 1 test, and we are still in F. All right, well, we're going to roll this dice. We've got one place to put it. We've got plenty of re-rolls, though. Okay. Well, that's oh, sorry, you didn't see it. That's exactly what we want because this can go right here. So that's actually worked out well for us. All right, let's see what we see. The sentient is carrying several small items up the staircase. Gain 2 boost and continue. So we are going to spend 2 to get another navigation token so that we have room to put 2 new ones here. Carrying several small items up the staircase. Now let me just point something out here. If we try to rob him, We do get a cube. We can put a die we can put here, which gets us a cube. And a die we can put here. So we could put 2 dice here if we rob this guy. So Jonathan doesn't want to rob him, though. Jonathan wants to be nice to him. It is hard to feel like we should be robbing this nice guy. We're friends with one of his friends. But we don't need another friend. I'm going to follow him in. Are we ever going to use our money? Oh, you think maybe we could buy stuff from him? You want to talk to him, Jonathan? Jonathan wants, he's peaceful. Jonathan says greet him. Just buy what he has for sale. All right, but do you think offer is offer to buy? All right, let's talk to this guy. These people are peaceful. Let's not be mean to them. We're gonna... I don't know. He could be hiding stuff in there. I don't know if greeting him might trigger his anger. Offer. Offer is buy. Greet is probably a continue. All right, let's greet him. Let's greet him. So we're going to do a lookup of the greet action on card 417. You're right. This is probably a continue. And we have a place to put this. Yes. Okay, here we go. Wow, it's a 4 test to greet him. So we are going to have to refresh our dice. That's a little unfortunate for us, but we don't really have an option. All right, so we're going to have to refresh. Oh, first we have to decide if we want to spend anything. No, we're just going to take it all back. Okay, we're doing a 4 test on this guy. All right, that's pretty bad. However, we're greeting him, which is the engage. We can put one of these here. We can put one of these here because we're on that terrain. But we could put one of these here and one of these here and then not re-roll. I kind of want to re-roll though. This one can go anything, huh? I'm going to re-roll this one. The reason I say we want to re-roll is because we keep getting more boost. And I feel like we might as well be spending this. Okay. All right. We've passed. Let's see what he says here. The sentient is startled by your presence, but not intimidated. After making small talk about the cold weather to the west, they look around and offer to lead you into the city of shadows for $2. If you pay, go to Cave 94. Otherwise, gain 1 boost. Well, well, well. An escort into the city of shadows. Jonathan says, I guess we're going into the city of shadows where we're going to try to take it over. We've got the money. We've got the escort. We've got the beetle friend. Here we go. Here we go. $2. I'm going to pay this guy his $2. What movie is famous for the $2? Jonathan, do you know the answer to that one? The guy who wants his $2? Better Off Dead. Jans knows. Better Off Dead, an amazing, unusual movie with John Cusack. One of these sort of teenage movies, but with a very weird, distinct sense of humor, some animation mixed in. Yeah, quite a special, unusual movie. I don't know the director of that. Must be a famous director, though, but well worth watching. Now you've got your homework for today. Go watch Better Off Dead. All right, well, we paid him. We're going into the cave. The city is hidden in a cave. We don't even know if that's in our area, but probably he's taking us to the cave in F. Probably. All right. A little nerve-wracking. Cave 94. Here we go. It would be nice if we could pay attention to where this cave is. Oh, this looks scary. All right, so either pay, balance is always available. Either pay a navigation token or this is an interesting case. This is a case where it looks like it is token based. Pay that or that to avoid a pickpocket or lose $1. Inside the hollow mountain is a sprawling city in a cavern, hidden from the world above and difficult to enter. So actually, it seems like we might have had a hard time finding this city on our own. This guy escorted us in. We're going to pay a navigation token. We got plenty of these, and I think we can generate more of them. Although you could argue that we need the money even less. So would we be better off just paying the money that we have no use for? Keep our navigation. Thing is, we're not going to be able to... I don't know if there's any way to predict. I guess we'll just pay a navigation just because we have more of them. All right, now let me point out one more thing. Someone just tried to rob us in this city. I think maybe that's all the justification we need to try to conquer it. Like, how dare they try to rob a kind-hearted stranger like us? Balance is always available. We don't even understand what balance is. All right, so we're going to try to achieve our goal now. Pivot, research, plead, or hone. And we're going to have to do a 9 test. That's going to be difficult for us to survive, but I think we could. So let me just point out here, I think it's time to do this right now. We're going to spend these 2. There's no reason not to get an overpower token. So we have 4 overpower tokens now. So if we take a 9 test, we'll only have to roll 5 dice. And we would just have to get rid of the morals and we could survive it. So I think it's time to strike while the iron is hot. The only question I have for you is, we're in this terrain now. The only question I have for you is, should we be doing some of these or these before we do this? Right? Because we can actually just do this now. We've done the research action, right? What did we find out when we did research here? We got the map of cities. So we did the research action, but we've got 4 more actions we could do. Here, let's put this here. Here's our city. So in addition to all our other stuff, we could do actions on the city. We could try to conquer it and end the game right now. You're not currently on a city location. What are you talking about? I'm not on a city location. Oh, you're saying we're at the entrance to a city. I see. You're not currently on a city location. It's supposed to be a vertical card. Okay. So he's escorted us to an entry to the city. I mean, it looks like we're in the city. This is weird. He said he was escorting us to the city. And it says there inside the mountain is a sprawling city in a cavern hidden from the world above. So why are we not in it? All right, let's assume we're not in it, even though it sure sounds like we're in it. This thing means do it as soon as you get into this location. I've already done this. I've paid a navigation. Balance is always available. That's weird. Okay, and then there's this. So the question is, how do we get into the city? Do we think north goes into the city? I kind of would assume that north goes into the city. But with this game, you never know. What do you think balance does? Search. We could search for an entrance. We could ask someone for help, but there's all pickpockets here. It doesn't seem like we should be asking. Assist. We could try to steal from someone else. Dig. That seems crazy. But maybe we could do these. I guess we're not. I guess we shouldn't do those until we're in the city. All right. So what do you think? Just go north and walk into the city. It says it's difficult to enter. So maybe we should be searching first. I don't know if we have too much time to do all this. Like we want to get in there, get in and out before they even know we're here. I don't know. I'm curious what this balance is about, though. Balance is always available. That's a weird thing. You want to hire an assistant in the city who's going to watch us take it over? We do have money, though. But there is no hire an assistant, Jonathan. There's just ask. You could ask someone how to get in. Balance, ask, assist. Don't you want to do balance? Aren't you curious about balance? I'll note that we've got a place, we've got 2 places we can put the search. So I think we got to do search just because we can put dice on cards, 2 dice, and they help us. So we're going to do search. We're going to do the search action because it can actually help us. All right, so we're going to do search. We're searching on card 94. Maybe we can find a nice entrance that's easier to get through. Okay, let's see what happens. It's a 4. We're searching for a secret entrance. Okay. All right, now. What have we got? We've got an hourglass we can put here. Any card we can put here, which gives us a boost. So that's good. 2. But our game may be over soon. So I'm thinking we spend this token to turn this into a search 3. And then we make the best we can make with that. Okay, this could go here. This goes exactly here and gets us a cube on our compass, which can be used. And this one, we're going to put here because I'm not sure we're going to have another chance to use a look action, which gets us a cube. All right, that worked out quite well. A door on the western side of the underground city is ajar. You catch a glimpse of an array of computer screens inside. If you enter, go to Interior 42. Otherwise, go to City 41 and gain a random skill. All right, so thematically, how cool is this? We found a computer room. Our goal is to conquer the city. It feels like maybe from the computer room, we might be able to conquer it without violence. So I think better to go into this computer room rather than, either way, we're getting into the city, it seems. So we're either going into a special room in the city or we're going into the generic city with a skill. But I think we want to go into the computer room, don't you? All right, so we're going into Interior 42. That's very cool. All right, this is pretty exciting for a finale. Computer room in this ancient city. Wow, look at this. But this is not a vertical card. I think we've chosen not to go into the vertical card city properly, although I don't get it. I don't get it. Let me read the glossary again. I don't understand this vertical card of city thing. Let me look it up again. Cities. Vertical cards labeled with the name of the city. The various horizontal locations in the capital are not city locations. Within a city are a variety of businesses. I don't get it. John says, we go south, we go into the proper city, but south goes into the 41. That's true, but 41 is another horizontal card. It's not a vertical card. So I don't understand how we find a vertical city card. But I thought we weren't going to get a chance to do another look action, but here we are. So, all right, let's look at what we got here. We can go south, which brings us back to that city that city alternate entrance, I guess. But here we have a wall of monitors. 5 of them showing various interiors. This is pretty cool. So we've got like a lava pit. I don't know what this is. It almost looks like an aquarium. This looks like a nice outdoor. This looks like a high-rise restaurant at the top of a roof. And this is a nice garden. I don't know how to get into the interior. Is the same entry as the city content you just viewed. I don't know what that means. City locations are vertical cards labeled with the name of the city. I don't get it. I don't get it because we're clearly in this place. Is this interiors? If you gain access to the interior of buildings, we're not inside a, I guess we're inside a building. Is it But are we not, like, do we have to leave this whole city? Is that what it is? Do we have to leave this entire, like, we're now in the city? Does this thing want us to get out of the city? I'm not sure we're not in a city. This is a city location. City location of vertical cards. So is it saying maybe that we have to leave the city to do... All right, well, we can always back it up. Let's take a look at what we've got in case we have to back this up. Because it's clear we need a vertical city card. I'm just starting to think that the vertical city card is like before you walk into the city. And so this game's going to want us to leave the city in order to get the city. And that we somehow found ourselves in the middle, bypassing that vertical card. All right, well, let's concentrate on this first, even though this is just wasting our energy when we really just want to take it over. I mean, thematically, it feels like we should hack this city so that we can do a better job of getting into it. But I'm not sure that game-wise, that's the right thing to do. Attack, fight, sway. I mean, it's a little dangerous for us to be trying to do these tests now. We can re-roll enough, but we need those re-rolls for conquering. I think... I just don't... Yeah, it makes complete sense that we would hack these things so that we can attack the city. I just don't know if we've sort of broken the game in terms of getting into the city interiors bypassing the city card. 41. Okay. So 41 is vertical. 41 is vertical. I looked. So thematically, it makes sense for us to hack it. It's just that it's counterproductive for what we want because we've bypassed the system. We've sort of snuck in to the city, which feels like a little bit of a mismatch with our goal. Our goal wanted us to do something right when we got to the city, and we've now bypassed that through this hidden entrance. We're in the city. We should be able to attack it. We should be able to do our goal now, but we can't technically. So my point is that if we intend to do this, whatever we do here is not going to help us do that. Because we're just going to have to leave and go to the entrance at 41 in order to do our action. So this is just going to exhaust us if we do that. So I feel like we should just leave here and complete our goal. And maybe we'll come back here on another day when we want to go inside the city. Because we're about to end the game by hopefully doing this properly. All right, Jonathan, you're okay with just going to 41 and backing out of this, like slowly backing out of this room and not trying to do the thematic thing? Or we could do the thematic thing and hack this computer, but it's not going to help us, I don't think. Possible it'll get us some tokens, but probably this is just if we want to hang out in the city. The alternative is we could go in the city and wander around, but we're probably going to get exhausted and then not be able to choose our goal. All right, we said at the beginning of this game that we were going to focus on our goal, and that requires us to walk out of the city with the information we've gained and then attack it. Although it seems like we might have to do this with 3 times, so we might die no matter what. I don't really understand that, but all right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break. We've been playing for an hour and 15 minutes. We're going to take our 8-minute break. And when we come back, we're going to have a vote about whether to attack, to try to conquer the city. Or not. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. We'll make our final decision. It's 2:40 a.m. here. We're down to 12 concurrent viewers, but we might be at the finale of our case. It's a little hard to know. Now, before I get into this mech suit business, let's talk about what we're going to do about this city situation. So we're in a little bit of an odd situation where our goal is to conquer a city. And it says we can do this when we have a vertical city card. City location. So the idea, the narrative idea is you have to go to a city and then do this. But something very odd happened in this particular city. It's a very weird combination of things. Because we found the outside of the city, and it's hard, we are not yet in the city. That's all legal. We have to find a way in. We searched, and we did an expensive test, and then we found a secret entrance into the city. And what it turns out is that if we had chosen to go into the secret room, we didn't get a skill, and we got, which is what we did, and we got ourselves into this room inside the city, bypassing the technical entrance to the city, which this card relies on to trigger its ability, even though thematically and narratively, this is just supposed to be able to be used once you're at the general city. So we are not going to force ourselves to walk back out to the main city entrance, but I think I'm not going to let us undo it. I think we searched for the secret room. We walked in there. We didn't get a skill because we were hoping to get some other stuff. But now we found ourselves in there not willing to do this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let us get 41, which is just the technical entrance to the city. You can see it is a vertically oriented card. So this is our first look at the city card. So I'm just going to pretend like these are both available to us. We're in this room. I'm not going to let us do these actions. If we want to do these actions, we have to walk out. We're here. But I'm going to say that this is available for the purposes of this. Now, here's the thing. We're in the city of shadows, hidden in a vast cavern. It's all dark corners and quiet alleys. So you can do as many things as you want here. You can enter, navigate, trade, offer access, or patrol. If we want to do things on this card, we're going to have to move back out of this room. That's all kosher. But if we want to conquer, I'm going to consider this card to be available for us to conquer for the purposes of this card. So now I have a question for you, though. Let's think about this, because the chat is saying, so I'm not going to give us that skill. I'm not going to let us undo going in here. I'm just going to say we are at the city. So we're taking a little bit of a penalty based on weird rules, but in reality, you could imagine we want to peek in here to see if there's anything we could get. There wasn't anything. All right, now, here's the question for us. Let's look at our options. The chat says, could we build the mech suit? It's very expensive. In fact, we can't do it. We can't upgrade it. Why can't we upgrade it? We need a boost cube to upgrade it, and we don't have any boost cubes. Oh, Jan says he's viewing it slightly differently. He's viewing it as this is the chamber before the city. So he's saying we should pay to get in here. All right, let me read this. On the door, on the western side of the underground city is ajar. You catch a glimpse of an array. If you enter, go to interior. Otherwise, go to city 41. That is an interior of the city. That feels like it's in the city, but you're saying we can't attack from there. All right. Jan is going to keep us honest. So we're going to pay. Jan is making me feel guilty about not paying to move out to 41. And saying that if we want to get to this, where we could use this, we have to pay to navigate. It's all right. We can spend the token. It's not going to hurt us. It's not going to make a difference, assuming we're going to end the game. All right. So now, let's deal with this in a second. Regardless of that, let me point out a couple things. First of all, the chat was interested in upgrading the mech suit. In addition to it being very expensive, which would exhaust us, we can't do it. We don't have the boost to spend on it. You can only spend from this card. We have none here. So only after you attack, fight, or slay can you get boost, which you could spend to upgrade it. So we don't have that as an option. But before we walk in here, we could do any of these actions on this card to help us prepare for this. I'm not sure what plead would be. Maybe you're pleading with the city to surrender, hone your skills, pivot. I'm not sure what that's about. Pivot, maybe that means if you decide you don't want to take over the city. Yeah, no, I appreciate Jan's comments too. I'm not complaining. I'm just doing the normal little whining thing. Okay, you're all good. I actually really appreciate having alternate voices here. All right, so we could do one of these that might help us do this. Although we're right here, maybe that's just a waste of energy. Like, seems like the key thing here is to strike while the iron's hot, while we can afford to take some hits. The other thing we could do is interact with our beetle friend. We could last minute thing, try to flirt with it. I don't think we want to duel with it, especially since we need these overpower symbols. But you could make the case that we've got these green symbols that we have no use for. We could equip here, take this action, Because remember, these are probably not going to help us with this conquer action. So it might make sense to either do hone or equip here. But probably those aren't going to help us with this. But now there's one other issue. The channel said, do we have a weapon? But let me just point out something odd here. Like, this is the action. If we take the conquer action, it's in front of us here. It's a 9 cost overpower test. So having a weapon doesn't help us. Like, this is a conquer action. None of our other, a weapon's not going to help us with this. But also, it says the goal is to conquer an entire city with 3 spaces here. And this says conquer part of a city. Read this entry. So I think we can pull off this once, but are we going to have to do it 3 times? Because I don't think we could survive doing it 3 times. So I'm a little bit unsure what this even means to conquer an entire city. But I guess my inclination would be to try this once and then try this stuff afterwards. Like, if we have to do this 3 times, then maybe one of these will help us. But I am open to flirting with the beetle before we go into this city. I don't know if that will help us. Maybe he'll give us something, but a weapon's not really going to help us at this point. But doing this could. And if we do walk to the city, we could do one of these first. But I feel like it's all about energy. So having said that, I will make one last suggestion before we just go to conquer. We do have 2 help tokens. And that means it's very likely that one of these tests we could probably pull off for free. On the other hand, if we think we might need to hone later, then maybe we should save them for that. And the equip is not really going to help us. All right, let's just try to conquer. So I am, though, going to do what Jen said and spend the navigation to go to 41. I'm not going to place a die. I'm going to go ahead and spend a token so that we don't have to roll anything. And that's going to navigate us to 41. All right, so I think that makes sense. Doing stuff in the computer room is not going to help us conquer. All right, here we are. We're outside of a city in a vertical card. We can now trigger this. We are going to now try to conquer a part of the city. I wonder if it's going to tell us to, like, conquer these parts of it. Let's find out. This is our first time really trying to achieve this. Here we go. So we're going to do a 9 overpower test. We don't use the app for this. It's just a 9 overpower test. Now we have to figure out how to do a 9 overpower test. I think what we do now is, well, let's see. No matter what, even if we spent all 4, we would have to refresh. So all of this is coming off the dice, which is kind of what we want. But I think we do have to spend all 4 of these. We may not get another shot. So we're going to spend all 4 overpowers. So now we have a 5 conquered, 5 overpower test. Not enough dice, so we reset. Unfortunately, this is not an attack, fight, or slay. So the only place we're going to be able to put dice is, you know, here and here, and that's it. So of these 5 dice that we still have to roll, of these 5 dice that we're now going to roll, we could get the best case scenario is we can put 2. That means 3 more we're going to have to absorb, but as long as we can get the morale, as long as we can re-roll it, and we've got 5 re-rolls, we should be able to survive this. The only question is how many times are we going to have to do something like this? But here we go. Well, if we think this game's going to end, we might as well we could just put these in the re-roll. This one we're going to put on our suit. This one goes here. I guess we're going to put these here because we're not going to spend boost to re-roll these when we're not sure what's going to happen after this. Let me just make sure there's no other place to put them. Navigate, we're not in the fire stuff. We're not engaging or attacking. It's kind of weird that we're not attacking, but I don't know what we're doing. Okay, I think, and we didn't roll any hourglasses to put here. All right, so we've passed our test. Now let's see what happens. So it's an overpower on card 1592. 1592, read 1592 in the overpower. All right, let's see if this is going to be end game for us or what else, but probably not the end. Okay, I see. We could have just read this first. Conquer part of a city on a city location. All right, here we go. It requires great strategic planning, a large show of force, and pinpoint execution to conquer a city. Place 1 token on this mission. So you have to do this 3 times. This action may be used on different cities, with the mission completed when the conquer action is performed 3 times on the same city. All right, well, this is a little bit weird. I'll tell you why it's particularly weird. So we're putting this here. We got to do this 2 more times. That is fine. It makes sense that this is hard to do. We looked at this. We said, okay, yes, it makes sense that we might have to do this 3 times. However, what's weird is that it feels like the smart way to do this 3 times is to like get these dice off here so that we can do it again. Like it almost feels like you'd be better off doing busy work. Where is the thing that lets us refresh a die? Ignore 1 cold damage, gain a random skill, gain a blueprint. So there's our rerolls. There's our crafting for a magnetic compass. These don't help us. Oh, there was our refresh 1 die, but there's no way to do that without attacking things. We might be able to do this 2 more times with enough rerolls, but we're now at 9. Like we spent tokens to let us only roll 5 dice. Now we're at 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So actually, we would refresh each time. That's not terrible for us. I think we should just try it. And then if we die, do that last chance thing. So shall we just try it? Because if we try to waste time to reset, I don't think it's going to help us. But we might let this beetle go to gain a random skill. We have a bunch of rerolls. All right, let's go. Let's go for it. Yeah? All right, everyone's agreed we're going to go for it. All right, this is going to be scary, though. So we need to do 9. 4, and there's only 8 here. So because there's only 8, everything comes off. That's sort of good for us. It opens up this again. There's our 9. All right, so, I mean, we can absorb enough to survive this once more as long as we don't get too many morale rolls. And there's no way for us to ameliorate this, except if we let the beetle go. I don't really want to let that beetle go just for a random skill. All right, I'm just going to do it. Here we go. All right, these are the ones that are going to kill us if they stay. Let's put these there. All right, let's see what we got. So this doesn't matter. Like, there's no reason to re-roll it anywhere. We might as well get rid of it. And the heart can go here, but these have got to, all 3 of these have to change. Like, we can't even survive a single one. Do you have to be in a different part of the city? No. It just says you can perform it on different cities, but you still have to conquer a single city even to win. All right, so let's bring this up where we can see it and put it right here. All right, so we have to get rid of these, all 3 of these, because we can't survive even a single morale loss. So we're going to have to re-roll all 3 of these. All right, so I'm going to spend all 3 to re-roll all 3. Is there any reason not to do it one at a time? All right, well, that's it's not as good as, it's not the best, but it's good. So that goes there. This one, we're going to take a hit of a heart, which we can survive. And this one's going to take us a hit of a time, which is even better because we got plenty of time. However, we don't have to do that. We can put the time there. Okay, and then those got spent, and there's one more here. All right, so now we're going to have to do this one more time, but we only have 2 re-rolls here. Now, you could make the case that we should do this action, navigate, just to get another boost cube, because we can put one here and we can put one here. So in other words, we can do a navigate essentially for free, up to 3 dice. So I think we're going to do this navigate action. I hope I don't regret this. We're going to do this just to squeeze out an extra cube right before we try to conquer this city again. We're going to do a navigate. So navigate from card 41041. So as long as this doesn't make us roll, as long as this doesn't make us roll too many dice or keep us from refreshing. All right, let's do this. 5. That's not good. This is getting us inside the city. This is no good. This is no good. I mean, I'm okay with doing the test, but I'm not okay with it taking us out of the city location. All right, I'm not doing this. We're using our rule about if it makes you do something you don't want to do. I thought it was just going to have us like look around here a bit more. All right, I'm not going to go inside the city. That is not what I want to do. A merchant to buy a weapon. The weapons don't help us. We're doing a conquer here. All right, never mind. I tried to squeeze out a thing, but I'm not gonna go spend an hour inside the city when I don't want to do that. All right, we're gonna have to do another 9 here. We're doing a conquer at 1592. All right, here we go. Here's our 9 action. We need more dice, so all the dice refresh. So in case you're joining this late or you don't, or you find that, all right, let me see. What is the channel saying? Do we want to try hone first? Yes, let's try hone first. So, but let me justify this little cheat type thing that I've just done. We've complained about the game making you choose an action and then you thought it was clear that you were going to do one thing and the game says, oh, you wanted to do this thing that you didn't want to do. So we've sort of house ruled that if the choosing an action tells you to do something that you knew you didn't want to do, then you don't have to do it, which I think feels like it could be a real rule. I mean, it would be a viable rule. Okay, so now we're back. We're refusing to navigate deep in the city. And now we're going to do our next action. We discussed before if maybe we should do an action that uses these. So we're not going to mess with this city action of green, but we could mess with this hone action or the equip action. But let's try the hone action just because we can do it pretty cheaply. We don't know how expensive it's going to be, but we're going to try it. So we're going to go to the hone action on 1592. Which is this action here, which hopefully should help us with our conquering. Maybe it's going to reduce the costs. Maybe it'll even get us that final cube. All right, or probably nothing. This could hurt us, but we'll see. Hone your talents for the mission. This action can be performed at most 1 per game, and it's a cost of 2. All right, now we have no place to put. This sounds good. We have no place to put hone action cards, just generic cards, which we want to save for our conquest, and we can pay for these. So we're going to pay for it with 2 tokens to avoid having to roll any dice. Yes. All right, so let's see what happens here. You work on enhancing skills necessary to complete the mission. Gain 3 overpower. That's terrific. So that's going to help us. That was absolutely the smart thing to do. Jonathan, good work remembering that. Now, we could try, we could try the pleading action. Could that help us? Six dice, 2 reroll. There's a very good chance we could fail this. Especially since we have no place to put morales. There's a very good chance we're going to fail this. But we might get one last shot even if we fail it. All right. This is it. This is our finale. So I think we got to pull out all the stops. So we're going to let this beetle go. I'm going to take the cube off him, which makes him leave. But he's going to gain us a random skill. We're just hoping to roll an overpower just because it can't hurt. It's unlikely, but it can't hurt. We don't need the beetle. All right, well, we didn't get our overpower, but it wasn't likely to happen. It was just a long shot. All right, 2 rerolls. Unfortunately, we can't do this one. There's no water. We can't do that. This doesn't help us. Compass doesn't help us. All right, well, here we go. I don't think it's worth doing plead. It's likely to cost us. And we can't afford it. All right, here we go. So we're doing a 9 test. There's 3. We're going to 1590, 92. All right, we're doing the conquer action. I guess this is the screen we want. Okay, there's our 3 that are getting spent. That means we're going to be rolling 6 dice. We've got 2 rerolls, so if we get more than 2 stars, it's all over. Or 2 hearts, it's all over. All right, well, what can we do? All we can do is roll. All right, so we've lost. These are all 4 stars. We can't get rid of them. Let's just do what we can do. We can put this here. We can put this here, but these we can't place. All right, well, let's re-roll the 2 we can. Should we re-roll the 2 we can? Or do we know we're going to take it? I guess we know we're going to die. So we're going to put this here, which brings this to here. All right, so we failed this mission right when we were about to succeed. But we now read the fail part. And as we know, there's an option. So when any reach 0, read the missions entry in the take storybook. So we look at our mission, which is 1592, and we look up the failure action. What if you fail to conquer a city? Let's see what happens. So we look at the take, which is this book, 1592, and we're going to see if we're going to get a second chance. You traveled to this planet to invade it, but you're exhausted. Choose one. If you completed a destiny, no. If you completed the mission, no. If you feel that you had a fair shot at this incomplete mission, it's time to move on, no. If you feel your untimely demise happened far too soon, you may rally to take one final chance. So this is the same basic thing we saw before. But this part is different about you traveled to invade it. All right, here we go. We're going to choose it happened too soon. Refresh all challenge dice, roll them, gain the time, morale, and health results. Distribute the benefits as agreed. If it remains at 0, the game ends. All right, so it's good we kept our rerolls. Refresh all the challenge dice and roll them. All right, so everything comes back, and now we're going to bump up our stats. But I don't really understand. Are we in the middle of an action? So is it that these two that we didn't yet play stay here? And these only are the ones that roll? In which case it would be better for us to re-roll these so that we could get our health back from them. Do we have to try the conquer all over again? That doesn't seem right. There's no good rule for this. This is very ambiguous in the game rules. The part about what happens if you die while attempting, the rules do say that if you, let me go here, let me show you. Here, look at this. This is basically the rule we're dealing with. Let's read this. If the game ends due to you hitting 0, do you complete the current action? Can you rally to take final chance more than once? If it hits 0 during step 6, which is before any benefits, you immediately read the take storybook. If you do, you'll be instructed to continue playing, at which point you finish whatever you were doing, including gaining the benefit of the current action. You finish whatever you were doing, including gaining the benefit of the current action, so we don't have to do it again. So I think with that understood, and the weird situation of these not being able to refresh, I think what we do is we spend these to re-roll these because we knew we were going to have to. So it doesn't matter. We knew we caused our death. So we're going to spend these 2 tokens to re-roll these because it would be, well, let's think, because this is as bad as it could get. We don't want to keep these. We'd have to, yes, I think we re-roll these. All right, well, this one is a star, which we cannot resolve yet because that one kills us. So this has to stay out of the game and be dealt with by us. So this still, I guess, remains to be dealt with. So if we don't get 2 stars here, then we're going to die again. All right, let's see what happens. Wow, okay. So 2 stars, which brings this up to 1, 2. 1 heart. 1 time. And these don't get us anything. But the point is we just barely got enough refresh of our health so that when we resume doing this action, we can pay for this, since this can only go here. We can't re-roll it. We must pay it. It's only because we got 2 stars here that we were able to eat this one, which was left over. Boy, that was very close. That's a very weird situation that we resume our thing. I'm not even, well, I think we did that as reasonably, we interpreted that rule as well as could be interpreted. This is still pretty ambiguous about, it was a weird situation where we had to refresh the die, but one die was remaining to be dealt with. All right, but we have succeeded, just barely. Our morale for attacking this city was slammed, but we managed to recover with one final rally. Just got our morale up. Scary. But, we have succeeded in our goal. We've absolutely done it, fair and square. Reasonably fair and square. All right, so let us now read the conclusion. So Jan says something that would have made life a little easier for us. He says, I think you did it right, but I think one morale die that you set aside would have been included in your recovery roll. Well, let me ask you, do you think it would be included in our recovery roll and then we would still put it back from the dice pool to deal with? In other words, you were saying, I think what you're saying is we should have also rerolled this one to see what bonus skill we get. So this would be nothing. And then we would reset this back and say we still have to deal with this. I think that's what you're saying. In other words, we should have got 10 dice worth of potential recovery, but then we'd have to go back to dealing with this. I think that makes sense. You could see in this case, though, it wouldn't help us and it didn't hurt us, so we're okay. All right, that was, wow, we just barely pulled off that mission. All right, let's see what happens. I mean, this was a very aggressive mission. So we're going to conquer 1592. We have done it 3 times. And if it's complete, we read 1592 in the Book of Secrets. Can we click on this? Wow, look at that. Jan should take a bow. Jan, did you, well, let's play this. Let's read the solution. Then I got a question for Jan about Rule Pop and this book too. But let's read the ending. This would be in the book. Maybe for the ending, we'll read the actual Book of Secrets. Okay, 1592 in the Book of Secrets. Well, I was going to say we read it in the Book of Secrets, but we're celebrating Jan's work, so let's read it in the app. You waged war on this planet, and your new seat of power is this city. You may either gain Destiny 1602 to pursue an epic victory via it or any other destiny. Place it in the center, and each player gains 1 random skill. Ignore actions and instructions on the mission from now on, or end the game in a mission victory. So, we're not going to achieve this. We're not going to achieve this destiny, but it seems like we should read it, don't you? I mean, like, why not at least take a look at what this new destiny is? I thought the way it worked is when you got a goal, it said you could keep trying to get a destiny to have an epic ending or end it in mission. I didn't realize most of them give you a new destiny. All right, so we're going to look at this Destiny 1602. This is going to be some aggressive destiny. All right, here's the new destiny for this explorer if he wanted to follow through. Escape on an Elder Dragon. All players escape the planet on an Elder Dragon. If you do, you may complete the destiny by reading 1602. Where are we going to find an Elder Dragon? All right, so our game is not quite over. Let's do the research for this Elder Dragon. So this one over here. All right, let's do this research action for the Elder Dragon. So we're going to do the look research on 1602. We're doing this for next time, although God knows how you would get this destiny again. All right, research action. It's a 2 research test. How can you complete the destiny? Once per game. All right, so we have to do a 2 research. So we might die right here, but actually we got a bunch of places to put research dice roll. So it's a 2 roll. We have no tokens for it. But let's see. If we get a morale... Actually, if we get a morale, we can put it here. All right, so nothing. Let's read our... Let's read about this. You hear rumors of a dragon living in a mountain just north of the wind-swept grasslands. You also learn that not all elder dragons are old. Legend tells of a special egg that, when hatched, will bring a new elder dragon into this world. Gain the map of caves, and each player gains 1 random skill. All right, so we've got the new map of caves, 1252. We're going to end this game here, by the way. We're not going to keep playing. I'm just giving us these cards because according to the homebrew rules we were discussing, we're going to have access to these maps later. So here's the map of caves. It's just a generic... This is just a... No, it's not a generic map. It's actually a different... It is actually a small version of the map that you're allowed to read. All right, so this is the thing that lets you look at page 10, the map of caves. Wow, the work that went into this game. That this little card is actually a small version of this big map. You can see it is, the specific pins are in the same places. All right, so there are the caves, and somewhere in a cave is a special egg that will bring a new elder dragon that we could escape from this planet on. Pretty amazing. Well, we don't have enough health to continue, but if we play with our homebrew rules as I think we intend to, then we're going to allow ourselves to like keep this in our back pocket. And if we find a dragon, we could escape with this. We're not going to... Anyway. Why don't we take a 3-minute break? We'll come back and we'll talk a little bit more about the game. I'm interested in talking to Jans a little bit about his experience with the game, playing, or whatever background knowledge he has about it. He's already answering some questions. We're going to take a 3-minute break. We'll come back and talk about this session and the game and how we want to play it going forward. I'll see you all in 3 minutes. Well, there's session number 2, game 2 of Vantage in the books. We've been playing for 5.5 hours. It's 3:28 a.m. here in Champaign, Illinois. That was a pretty epic game, I gotta say, for having one little adventure in this world. We conquered a city, and apparently that was our intention in coming to this planet. It's a little odd that this is the navigator's quest to conquer a city rather than the character that's all about overpowering. Not sure I understand. I don't think we made a mistake about that. Maybe anyone could have gotten that. Okay, so here's what I'd like to do. If Jonathan Warner is still here, assuming Jonathan Warner and Jans is still here, I've got some questions for Jan's relationship with this game, history with this game. But let me try to give some thoughts first here about this experience. I would say my respect and appreciation of the game is growing. This time we were able to navigate reasonably well. We got ourselves in the general area of a city, which was our goal. We were able to focus on our goal. You cannot, I think the fact that we got so close to losing but won vindicates Jonathan's suggestion that we play on daring normal mode. Because, boy, there was some real tension here. And we did just barely make it, and we had to be careful about being efficient and not wasting too much time. So, credit to the game for that. Although, if we had failed that at the end, after getting one last rally, I mean, we really came down to one die, one roll, one face was the difference between winning that mission and losing that mission. And I think had we failed that, that would be a bitter pill to swallow because I don't want to have to do that again. And I'm not sure. I think we got a little bit lucky, although there's some very clever stuff there that we were able to hone our skills. So I guess, I'm mostly very impressed by this and very much enjoyed it. I just got a little bit of concern that you could lose this game after doing 5 hours and not feel like it was your fault that you lost. But maybe we'll house rule around that when the time comes. I do think there's plenty of room to sort of do a little bit of tweak house ruling and fudging to avoid things that feel like they're wrong. Like quite a few times we tried to go one way and the game was like, you're trying to do this. And we said, no. So I think with a little bit of that, and I think I might be inclined to house rule that little ending thing. I'm not sure exactly how to do it. Maybe play on easier mode. Maybe I think that would have was a little tight at the end there. I mean, it was when it's tight and you win, it feels great. But I just feel like maybe we play the mission on normal difficulty as we did here. But if we lost, I might be inclined to have an extra little rule. Like, what if you rolled one die, and if you get one of the faces, then the game's over. But if you get a different face, you can try that redo thing. That rally thing you could do multiple times. Not an endless amount of times, but maybe until you roll a die. And Jan is saying that obviously some real thought went into this game to allow for this kind of thing. use the thematic rule. So Jan is saying there are several pressure release valves built into the game bits to give you relief from confusion, frustration, and duration and difficulty. The universal rule of thematic fun, the Book of Secrets glossary. Yeah, so I think I might be inclined to say that play on normal mode or on the easier mode, and then that last rally, which is supposed to give you one last chance, I think if you fail that and you do it again, maybe we roll a die. Maybe we roll a die, and if it's like the overpower, then that's it. You end the game. But if you roll any of the other dice, you do another rally. So chances are you would actually have a bunch more time to accomplish what you want. At least until you achieve a mission. I think that's kind of what we want when we play. I think in general, I'd be more inclined to punish us by making us play a 10-hour game, but say that at the end, you're going to achieve one mission if you stick with it, or unless you get very unlucky. Because otherwise, it does feel like this game is a little tough in terms of sort of energy and time and resources, and that you're basically, the game is only going to give you a chunk of time to solve it. Otherwise, your resources just go down to zero. And that's a little unfortunate, especially if you get lost. But it's not going to take much to make this, to avoid that. And I gotta say, I was wrong about the short paragraphs not being satisfying, because they are satisfying when grouped together, and they do sort of chain together. And now maybe we talk a little bit about the use of this Rule Pop app makes a huge difference in terms of streamlining play, especially for a solo player. I think maybe if I was playing this multiplayer, I'd be inclined to use the books. But as a solo player, that Rule Pop app is amazing. Now, I have some questions for Jans. I'm curious about your involvement with Jamie Stegmaier in developing that. Clearly, you've got access to all of the... I'm guessing that this was helpful in playtesting. I'm guessing that the playtesters use this app. But I wonder if you've played a lot of it, or if you were just involved helping during the development, and were one of these people who playtested, but mainly did the development rather than playing it, or if you've played a lot of it, or how involved you were during the development, or if you've only been involved in it after it was finalized. And then the second question I have regards the Rule Pop in general, because Rule Pop is obviously a much more general app. It's not just for Vantage. So there's coding that went into the Rule Pop in general, and then the specific Vantage stuff for Rule Pop. So I guess my question is, and I thought Rule Pop was just rules. This has obviously gone much, much further. Okay, Jan said, I had no involvement in the design or development of the game. Was this used for playtesting? Because it seems like it would be extremely useful in playtesting. Or was it really just developed afterwards completely independently? Jan says, I approached Jamie a couple of weeks before the game went on sale. Wow. So it was not used for playtesting. Wow. Couple of weeks this got coded. I mean, it is really beautifully done. The hiding of the information, the blurring it out. I love that choice. I could see how it would be easier and tempting to make it so you don't see anything about you don't see any of the text until you roll the stuff. But I love that it's sort of blurred out. You can see when you've got a big chunk to read. Jan says, I'm a fast coder. Well, we could use Jan's helping with the New York Noir project. Maybe we should talk about that at some point. If you don't know what New York Noir is, you can see some of the design diaries on this channel. I've been doing most of the coding for that, but we do have a sort of front-end online search of directories and stuff. Sounds like Jan's skills could be helpful there. Well, I mean, this game is an amazing accomplishment by Jamie Stegmaier, and the Rules Pop app was a huge success here and made a huge difference. Well, Jonathan, if Jonathan hasn't fallen asleep, and maybe he has, you could forgive him. I'd like to hear what Jonathan thought about this game. It's always a very different experience. Most of you won't have the patience to sit with me while I play these games, but Jonathan Warner and I have played a lot of games together like this, and Jonathan makes it a pleasure to play these games. I mean, I absolutely did have fun. Jonathan, any thoughts from you? Or maybe Jonathan has fallen asleep at his desk. Jonathan says, I'm sort of mulling it over. I think I'll post some thoughts in the Discord. Yeah, okay. So if you watch this video after the fact, or you're watching it with me, but you're a little shy commenting live, I'd be curious to read your comments on the video after the fact. There are lots of playthroughs you can watch, but I think I'll be doing more. And as I said, we are going to house rule this, so I guess probably afterwards I'll try to take some notes about the things we saw, the maps we gained access to, so that we have access to them in the future. If there is someone who really is enjoying, for some reason, these playthroughs and wants to keep playing through Vantage with me and is willing to help keep notes, I would appreciate the help. Let me know on the Discord or by email, or the links to all of that on this YouTube channel, or the Board Game Geek Guild for Co-op for Two. I'd love to give someone modification access to the Google Doc for notes, and have someone be responsible for taking notes and screenshots, etc. Yeah, let me know. I'd also invite you to post links to other YouTubers who are doing playthroughs of Vantage. If you think someone's playing through it in a way that's more entertaining to watch, you can post comments and help people find the right YouTuber for them. If you don't want to play this yourself, but you can see, obviously, this is a very good solo game. So if you like what you see here, there's a lot of content in this game. You might want to buy the game yourself and play through it. Thanks for joining me. I'll see you next time.